Oh, back. Go crunchy. Well, actually, that's the problem. It's not going crunchy right now. Oh well. Want that good, satisfying pop. Not getting it. All right. Oh, right. Right. This thing. Well, we should have been in blue-green again, but we'd just done that, and I didn't want to do that. Let me see what we ended up with, and maybe I'm supposed to do that anyway. Do 2 fixing lands. Coma, Voracious, Primal, Thragtusk. Toski is better with like a bunch of creatures attacking, so that's not really where we are. Crisis, Werewolf, Sylvala. I don't really like Sylvala in this. Sad thing is you didn't find the Deuter guy from Bro. That makes 1/1 soldier tokens for spellcast too. Do have Seed Shark. Seed Shark doesn't go well with any of the green besides the Primal Might. We lose out on Strike, Play, Strangle, and Opus. Eh. Meh. Yeah, I wanted this and it was mostly open, but it wasn't quite enough. Eh. Yeah, definitely should have been in the blue-green. But this isn't awful, it's just not great. Hi, Larizelle, how are you? The Into the Fire does not synergize with the Young Peasy on the, stop us from getting overwhelmed side. But I think it's good enough anyway, otherwise, if we don't get the Peasy early. Because most of our other stuff... And if we do get the Peasy early or any, like, the really early, like, 2 toughness things, either if they're going to overwhelm us, then this is still going to be good, or we can just do the put any number of cards. 2 titties. Yay. I don't think we're sort of caravanning here. I don't think that's correct. Your washing machine's busted? I'm so sorry. Oh, the tech's coming Friday? Okay, good. I'm glad they're able to make it out soon. Ish. I don't know if this is a good card. I don't think it is. I'm gonna take it out. Hi, Hero! I think it's fine. Like, it's bounce. And it's a flyer, which is nice, but I don't know that that's where we're supposed to be with this deck. I wonder if I'm supposed to be lopsided tittying and just doing one of these. Probably. Probably Frost Titty. Keep, and then let go of Inferno. And then I don't want to cut anything else. I mean, I could cut the Muldrifter. I guess that's... Do we have enough other draw, though? Do we have any other draw? I mean, Harker, sort of. Maybe we keep Mull and ditch the Harker. Yeah. Bleh. This deck needs so much that I didn't get. Maybe let Repeal go. It's a lot to... It is instant speed. And it does draw. Still think that's probably the cut. I could go down one more creature and it could be the Mull, but we only have the Pyromancer that actually cares about instants and sorceries, besides the Seed Shark, which just cares about non-creature. I think I let the Repeal go. Yikes. Alright, and then I'm just gonna run 41 cards because I am in that kind of state of mind. Let me just see the mana ratio. 15-8. 10-8. Yeah, okay. Meh. Meh, I say. We can always just do another draft. We lose quickly. Alright. If they're a really, really aggressive deck, we might be able to get them with Into the Fire. Black-red can be aggressive. I'm not going to show them the red yet. Mardu certainly can be aggressive. Indestructible. Okay. Self-Harmonic, thank you so much for the tier 1! Work's been really bad, I'm so sorry! You're so welcome, Self-Harmonic. Thank you so much for everything and all your support. They can sacrifice the spirit to make the others indestructible. Glory be. I guess we Into the Fire here. Because then we can Glory Be or Brawls the next turn. I don't want to take 4 damage unnecessarily. Alright. Chandra. That's annoying.
Over here. Yup, you're going down.
So we don't exert, I guess? I'm sure they have removal for this, so we're gonna be in a little bit of trouble, but... don't see another option, really. So I'm hoping that they just play out a creature that doesn't hurt my Glorybringer, but, you know... Because we can Barrals and then Ledger Shredder.
This'll be easy.
Lurus. Okay, it looks like we were able to kill Chandra. Lurus is a problem. And I can't Barrals and then, like, Great Shark it, because they'll be able to play it that turn. But I can Glory Bee it, so... So I guess we put the flyers back, kill Lurus, and attack Chandra. Play the Chrome Host. Then we don't do that, but we do this. Wait, cancel. Just his attack, right? Good. Okay.
Well, that was a disaster.
All right. They can keep playing the Selfless and keep sacrificing it until I have the Great Shark up. Kaya. Shit. Okay.
Stand by as innocent people are slaughtered.
It's gonna be interesting what they choose to... Okay. That's annoying. It's very annoying. Alright, well, we can kill Kaya with the Chrome Host. I have 2 cards in the graveyard. That would be 6, so I can dig through time. So let's start doing things.
I'll bounce back.
Alright, I'm gonna hope that they don't have removal for this. I'm sure that they do, because otherwise they would play the Selfless Spirit first, right? Okay, that's a start. Hey, Griddle! We're playing a slightly suboptimal deck, and slightly, I mean, pretty, but it's okay. What the hell's that? Oh. Wait, so power less then. So, Selfless Spirit. Okay. Oh wait, no, but they can do. Oh no, upkeep. They can't. So after they Luminarch Aspirant, they can get back Lurrus. I don't speak Spanish very well. Buenas noches. So I Ledger Shredder and then War Boss, or do I just dig through time? I think I'm dead if I dig through time, so I think it's got to be Ledger Shredder. Oh, that really hurts. I mean, it's so nice, but it really hurts. So I think I am supposed to take the Strangle. Oh, dig through time, I love you. God damn, I need this Strangle. So we strangle the Luminarch Aspirant? I think? God, that's strange to say. No, but they can just get it back with a Forge Fire. God damn it. No, I need to get the Forge Fire off the board, I think. Oh, that's annoying. Shit. That's wrong. Yeah, because the Forge Fire is still doing things. Yeah, I needed to kill this. I forgot. I was like, I'll kill that because this is gonna pump the flyers and I'll have a problem. But this was wrong. This was very wrong. I needed to kill the automaton because the Luminarch has less power than it does. Oh, gross. Okay, that was a really good draw for them. Their deck is great. I don't know that and they're drawing really well. I don't know that I'm actually gonna get there. Anyway, but having to discard the dig through, ugh. Lurrus plus Forge Fire, just getting all the things back. And then Kaya and all the mana do it, and then Chandra and all the mana to do it. It was so painful. Alright, so they have Lightning Strike here. Brutal. Yeah, I think this is GG. Yeah, because the land... Yeah, also they can get that back, but like, ugh. Hello, Hisui, how you doing? I did punt by like not killing the automaton, so that the aspirant could come back. They could have gotten these. They can then send. Oh. All right. Chi and concede. So, but like this would have been so painful. But yeah, too much. I haven't read the story at all. Is the story interesting? I am going to be doing a limited first look tonight, which means like commons and uncommons. So if you're interested in that, stick around for that. I have thoughts already on some of the mechanics, of course. So that's gonna be... Ooh, this is really slow. Okay, that's better. The big ginger. Nice. I could have bolted the bird. I absolutely could have. I'm going to probably this coming turn. Although I could get greedy and metamorph my seed shark. I don't think that's right. Ooze. So they can pump it? No, they can't. Alright, let's make use of this before the ooze gets bigger. Okay. Drag Daddy! I like your Thrag Daddy. Do I want to trade for Thrag Daddy? I guess we do. Make it a 3/3. I lost my best card, though. Seed Shark is my best card, I think. Alright. Cultivator. Very forceful. Okay. That's a sweet one at some point. They can pay the 2. God damn it. Fuck. What a draw from OP. Oh my god. I hate that card. I hate that card so much. All right. You gonna play my Great Shark? And their Rishkar. What a draw. We had them, I think, right? And I was like, I can counter, like, yeah. God damn it. So we bounced this, Atali, and the Voracious. I can counter unless they pay 4. But they know I can't play the Great Shark, so they may still play it. Okay. Ooh! We don't need to play that. Sure. Hmm. Okay. Alright. I feel okay, but that's... Cube can make me feel not okay quite quickly. This is making me feel pretty okay. Okay. Whew. I do love me a Baral's expertise into a counter. Well, we might have gotten that counter, like, if I had gotten another mana... Like, they had so much mana that they could cast a tally and still pay 2. I was sorry, and so I could have done it for 2 the previous time, but they could pay the 2, so it was brutal. So we had to wait, which is they got value off a tally, which is annoying. So we can play this out. As long as it doesn't die, we can get some value out of it. We can put the first creature back on top, but I kind of have to draw some lands. I want a Ledger Shredder here, or Agent. I think it's Agent. Alright. We do need to draw a red source soon, but the Horned Lockwell isn't awful here. Is that a perpetual boon? Fuck. Alright. So bouncing the Spellbinders isn't great. Alright. Ha. No, I think not. For a little while longer. Jesus. I have a lot of red sources, but oh well. Lusai. Okay, well that can find red sources. I think I'm supposed to keep it for now. I'm not in huge danger yet. Really wanted to go find red sources, but I don't think I can let that happen. $12 cards in. Could just get a red source. Yeah, look at those. Aren't they impressive? I'm gonna take a screenshot of it. I take fewer damage killing the Spellbinder. I just need to draw a red source, though. I'm gonna do this. Jesus Christ. Well, that's probably game. Yeah, definitely. I really wanted to do the Into the Fire, and then maybe I could possibly find my way back, but this doesn't look like it. Okay. I think I can concede here. That's just brutal. I'm gonna do this, just see what I would get. Four, five, six. Yeah. Oh well. Wish we actually had access to red at some point. He just crushed us. I really wish we'd actually had our second color. Oh, Ariel, that's nice to see you. Welcome, welcome. We are losing there to draws, sadly. Would have been so nice if we actually had our second color. Meh. Ah. Again, no red. But I do have a counter spell. And a horn. Okay, we're gonna try it. I've been grinding to get in the top 250 and constructed. Nice! I hope you're getting there. I saw a really cool black-green deck, which had like Death Touchers and fight spells. It was pretty neat. Punch spells and fight spells. Alright, I want another land for the key. And the surgical, of course. If this is like a control mirror, I'm gonna be so bored. Yep, gonna be so bored. I hate control mirrors. Do I mind that? I'd rather they not have the information. I hate controls. We're not actually a control deck as much as we are a spell deck. They're a control deck, and I hate it. Ugh. Captivating Crossroads. They're Jeskai. Alright, looks like Pyromancer's going away. Okay, so we have 5 cards in the graveyard, so we're getting close to the dig being pretty good. Okay.
When people start screaming, I know I'm on track. Oh, this is gonna hurt.
Target creature only. Okay, so what do I want to do here? Obviously, we're going to attack for 1. I can copy it. That's not a bad choice. 5, 6, 7, 8. Not bad either. This is really interesting, actually. I'm not sure whether I'm supposed to take the Devil's Play or, like, Agent and Strangle. This is really interesting. I think I'm gonna do this.
Feel my pain!
If I play this and she kills it, that's a problem. I think we just end the turn here for now. Maybe I should, for that reason, maybe I should, instead of taking the Devil's Play, have taken the Strangle, put it to 1. That's kind of not great. I don't know. Mentor is a thing. Hey, OP, how you doing? Let's see if they have a counterspell. I think I'm just gonna go for it. I mean, I really want to hold off until I play this Seed Shark, but I can't do both. Actually, I'm gonna try copying it first. This is gonna be interesting. And killing the thing. If I add 2, I can do 4 damage to her.
Oh, now you're asking for it.
Oh, I don't want them to get too much value off of that. I think we still do this, but I think I'm probably misplaying this so badly. Yeah, I really do want to kill that. So,
Yup.
what is this?
Down.
Sphinx's Rev. Okay, if we add 2 mana. I need to kill their Seed Shark. The Chandra's actually not as big a deal.
This is gonna hurt.
Well, maybe I do kill. That's really interesting. Because we have the Cyclonic, and I don't want Chandra to kill my Seed Shark. If this is Mana Tithe, I'm going to be so sad. It's Spell Pierce. Alright, I think we do lose now. That was really annoying. I knew they were keeping up 1 mana for something, but it was either Mana Tithe or Spell Pierce, but I think I had to go for it there. Yeah. Brutal.
Whatever. Figure it out on your own.
Frost Titty! Psych Rift is interesting. Fossil Coulter, thank you so much for gifting a sub to OP. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Alright, what does this do for me? So they can't. So If I Psych Rift the Titan, they can't do this, and I can just attack and kill the Chandra. Attacking creature only, not a blocking.
We're done here.
All right. Censor. Okay. All right, let's hope they don't find another counterspell for my Psych Rift. I'm trying to wait until I have a a counterspell for the Frost Titan on the way back down, or the Sea Shark, anything. That's an interesting choice not to attack with the Frost Titan and tap down the thing. Metamorph the titty. Or just riff the shit out of everything. Doing anything for 100 subs? Oh, we usually are at like 140. I've been doing poorly on subs, sorry. Let's see. I just haven't been streaming regularly as I wish I had. All right, let's do this. Another, okay. I attack and see what they do. I don't think they block. I think I take a lot of damage on the way back. I'm hoping against hope that they don't have counter magic for my Psych Rift. They've already used 1,000,000, so... Even if I draw a counterspell, it's not really gonna do much here. Oh, good. They just had the thing. Okay, GG's. Yeah, they kind of had everything that game. It was pretty sad. I did leave the Chandra on the board for longer than I had to, just to try to get some value, but... At least we beat a tally. Yeah, I just haven't been streaming as regularly as I want to. I wanted to do like this 11 p.m. every night, weeknight thing and try that out for a while, but the teaching schedule messed it up again. So, meh. I don't know what I want out of this. Could you just take Visionary? I am at, it's 10:24 p.m. Eastern time. Go for the Throat is fun. I'm sorry, Sexy Samurai. Valky is fun. I like these. I want to try those out at some point, but... I don't actually know what I want to build. Let's try a Valky deck. We haven't gone red-black yet. And we don't even have to be red-black. We can just be black for this and splash the red if we really want to. But, ooh, Toxrill. Oh, if I'd taken that, oh, Bitter Triumph and Toxrill. If I'd taken the, Llanowar, I would take Essica's Chariot or Gargaroth here. Maul and Luminarch both crazy. So there's Bitter Triumph and Royal Eruption as options. I don't think I take Toxrill at this point. I think I take probably the Bitter Triumph. But there's a lot of really good stuff in this. So much lovely things. Oh, Titania's Command. That thing's fun. I don't mind this card. It's been good. I don't like alchemy cards. I hate them. I can take one of the red cards and sort of make this work, but I like Titania's. I like Anguished Unmaking. Not really sure where I'm supposed to be because I'm not there. There are no signals really yet. I can just take the black card for that reason, but I think it's not quite as strong as taking like Titania's or something else. I haven't seen any green ramp besides that Llanowar that we had in the first pack though, so maybe I shouldn't try to do this. Maybe I should just pull the Plunder out of the pack here, keep our black going, and I think that's what I'm gonna do. The double red's a little bit difficult to justify there. Ooh, another one. Gear Hulk. Ah, Seed Shark. And Magda and Grim Lavamancer and Wedding Announcement. Wedding Announcement. So good. I just saw some white go by that was very good as we noted. There's Lingering Souls as well. Magda's very fun in Rakdos. It's anything really. Gruul or Rakdos. Aggressive stuff. Anything aggressive wants Magda. But I freaking love Wedding Announcement. Daddy quote of the day. All right, give me until the draft ends, and we'll do that. I also could take the Phyrexian Arena. I don't think that's really what I'm supposed to do here. My God. Ugh, Wedding is too good. Preacher, Resto, Bastion, Priest. Okay. I'm gonna take the Preacher here. Preacher is really fun, yeah. Oh, Peasy. Interesting. Psych Rift, really? God damn. Okay, so Bankbuster and Crux both fine. I think I'm gonna take the Crux. Wrath effects are really important. Massacre Worm, Soon's Intervention, Thalia, Kellen. Alright, I'm gonna take the Massacre Worm. We'll just, I mean, Electrostatic Blast, also great. Falcon Wrath Aristocrats in this? Interesting. Alright, well, I'm taking this. Scarab God. Scarab God's in this. Okay. Soren's a perfectly fine choice here. And there's a Blade Splicer still in the pack too, but Scarab God is just so nutty. And but I just passed the Psych Rift. That's not coming back. There are two good white cards in this pack and there are two good blue cards in this pack. They're just epic. I'm gonna take Scarab. It's just too good. Muldrifter, I'm gonna take the Scavengers of Takanuma and the Muldrifter. I I like this card. I want to try it out, but the Muldrifter might be better with the Scarab God. Because you evoke, draw into, and then go for it. This does stop the graveyard synergy decks, though. God, I want that Muldrifter, but I think this is right. Okay. Throne Guard here. Do I want to be splashing white? We have the Wedding. Do I want to be Esper? It's hard to be Esper with triple black, but I could. I like this late splashing. I think I'm just going to take this and try it out again. Duplicator, Chart a Course, and Bauble. We'll try this over chart for now. The sea chart came back. Holy crap. Okay. Priest would be what I would do if we had taken like other stuff. Might still take this. Maybe we get some of the sacrifice effects. I think that... Ooh, nice. Alright, I think we ended up in exactly the right pair of colors. I do think white is open as well, but this is nice. Okay. I think I should... Let me think. Yeah, Psych Rift. Damn. Okay. Alright, we're gonna take the Agent over the Starving Revenant here. And the Mind Stone. I see the Flooded Strand. I'm less concerned about that right now, because we're only in 2 colors and we're not heavily in either. What the? Why is there a caution on this? What is happening? Ooh, Sublime Epiphany. I think Gix is really good, but I'm gonna take the Sublime. This is my pet card. Sorry, everybody. Click and Gix are great. Virtue of Loyalty is sick. But I love this card so much. Ew. Hello, Shelly. Great Shark and Dismiss, also good. Great Henge and a bunch of other stuffs. I'm less concerned with mana fixing in this particular cube. Other than the lands that actually already give me that. I'm less concerned with the fetches. And with fixing overall and ramp. Because there's so many powerful cards on a smaller curve. Currently, I don't have anything useful to get with that fetch. So we'll see how that goes. Okay, Channeler, Gixes, and Siphon are all fine. Hostage Taker's my favorite, but the Flicker isn't here. I'm gonna take the Hostage Taker and do crimes. I think the Gix's command is slightly stronger currently against aggro, but I love this card, so I'm taking it. We might be able to find some Flicker. Unlikely. This is not in there. But I can get it back with Scarab God. I'm gonna take this. Ooh, Grave Titty. Vraska's Contempt, I think we take here. Hard Evidence is fine. Blue Sun's Twilight and Grave Titty are all great. And I don't mind a Firemancer. That's a nice one. If we'd gotten the Bastion earlier, someone else took the Bastion. I think somebody else is in the Sacrifice effect, but I need this removal, I think, more than the other stuffs. Extinction Event and Arch... What's this? Oh. That's fine. This one is a non-bow with a Scarab God because it doesn't put things in the graveyard. That doesn't mean it's a bad card for us. I just think that I probably am just going to take the 3-drop here and make sure that our curve is a little lower. I do like Archpriest alright, but I think, again, I want to just make sure we get some lower costed cards. I could take the Extinction Event. I don't think that would be a bad pick there. So I'll have to figure out whether I want to splash like 1 mountain for the other side of Valky. We'll see. Sensor, Life, and Hive. I don't think Silex is where we want to be with this. The red-black person is going to be so happy. The Rakdos. Okay, I can get value out of the land, or I can get the... I do like this card, alright. It's not great in this format, in my opinion, but... I think I'll take it here. Ooh, C double. Oh, Yorion. There's the flicker. There's the flicker. I love C double. But I'm gonna take Yorion here. Then I don't have to cut shit. That doesn't help me. Starving Revenant. I could run the other side of that. That doesn't seem worth... Okay. Search, Dig, and Gix all came back. I'm gonna take the Gix here. Great Shark, over Consider. We're probably not gonna run... we're not gonna, like, privilege the spells for Seed Shark, because this isn't really a Seed Shark deck. But we'll do some interesting stuff here. I will probably Companion Yorion and run the Mass. We'll see if I get enough playables, though. Yeah, I think we're in the right colors. The only worry now is that I haven't seen that many really good lands for us. And now that we've gotten several double blue... Ooh, sweet. Several double blues, as well as the triple black, I'm gonna be a little bit more sad if we don't find some lands. Sunfall. Gross. So there's Rankle, there's Fairy Mastermind, there's Null Priest, which is another one of my pet cards. There's Drown and Icor, there's Collective Brutality. Champion of Wit's also good. I don't think this is a Make Disappear deck. I think it's gonna be here between the Fairy Mastermind and the Null Priest. I think it's the Null Priest, again, because I love that card, number one. But number two, it has a lot more flexibility here for us. The life link is actually... might matter. And getting back from the graveyard is nice if we don't get the Scarab God. Or if the Scarab God gets countered. Cruelty, huh? Again, no lands for us. Kefnet's a fun one. I think it's Cruelty. I like Soul Servitude fine, and Commit to Many Memories good. Oh, this is a good land for us, actually. That actually is a good land for us. I think I have to take that. Now that I look at it more closely. I thought it was something else. Alright, let's grab Xander's Lounge here. We can't take that many lands because we do have Yorion. We need playables. I don't know that Cruelty comes back, which is a little sad, but I do think I need this land. Emmy. And a Metamorph. I love this Metamorph. But that is an Emmy. Is it my turn to be the jerk? I really should take this. Okay. A lot of good stuff here for us. I think we take the Ledger Shredder. Exclude, Lonely End, Ledger Shredder, Evolve Sleeper, and Hall, all good for us. I don't think I take this land. The Lonely End is really interesting to me, so is the Ledger Shredder and Sleeper. I think it's one of these three, and they're all pretty good here. I think it's the Ledger Shredder because we have the Gix, and we do want to be able to get in. Welcoming Vampire is one of my favorite cards as well. Treasure Cruise. Lurus, huh? Lurus. Shredder, Life, all of these 2-drops do come back from that, and the Agent. I love me a Treasure Cruise, though. I think I'm still supposed to take Luris here. Huh. Ooh, Flesh Gorger. Ah, Drowned Catacomb. Oh, Loot Tree! What the hell? I can't have both Loot Tree and Yorion as my commanders. Sorry, my companions, sadly. And there's a Phyrexian Metamorph. Jesus. Bugger. I think I need this Drowned Catacomb. God, I want so... I want that Loot Tree. Sure, I'll take a Gerudo. There's an Immortal Sun, too. Alright, a Rona, Negate, and Ornithopter. Rona fills up the graveyard pretty well for the Scarab God. Ornithopter ramps, which I really like. But this also just sort of does the thing. I know, Companion Tribal. I could totally do it. I'm gonna do this, though. Ooh, a Champion and the Fairy Mastermind came back. Souls of the Lost. Discard a card, sacrifice a permanent. I think we'll just take God Eternal. Yeah. Actually, no. I think I need the removal, right? So let's take the Soul Servitude. This will suck against a counter-based deck, like a token deck, but, no, that's a non-token creature, so that's fine. So 36, 37, 38. So 36 is actually fine. I did get it off playables. Oh, the Metamorph came back? Get in, honey. Hey, son, how you doing? I apologize if I'm mispronouncing anybody's name. Correct me, I will fix it. Seed Shark may not make the final cut. It still draws removal. Ooh, the Sleeper came back. Do I want the Soul Cauldron? We kind of have the Scavengers for that. I think we want the Evolved Sleeper. Repeal. Just got done watching ROE Dominant. Nice. Alright, so Valky actually does splash off that Xander's Lounge. I could put one mountain in, if I really want to. If we companion Yorion, so this, okay, so let me see the lands. So this is 17. So let's go 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 25, okay. And then let's cut... What did I put in last there? Repeal? Yeah. Do I want this? Destroy each non-land permanent mana extra less. Activate only as a sorcery. I've always felt that this is too damn slow. But we really only have one other Wrath effect, which is Crux. So, and like Massacre for small things. So maybe I'm supposed to do Silex. Ordering dominoes with the other side. We should check our ranking now to see where we are. Do I have to play before the season ends? No, I don't think I... 40 hours? 333 is probably pretty safe. Ooh, orbs and holes. Orb in that hole. Confirm. Things that sound dirty but aren't. We're gonna get a moving orbs and holes emote at some point soon. Mars is working on it. Alright. So, if I do want to run the Karns... Then I cut the Starving Revenant. Yeah, I think I cut the Starving Revenant. Rally, thank you so much for the subscription! I'm Steve, thank you so much for that. 7 months, thank you. Yeah, actually, we have new emotes for the upper tiers, too. That are pretty amazing. What the heck is that? Oh, a hype emote. Okay, weird. Okay. I just added them. Let me go show you them. So we have a must be nice one and an I ain't dead for Granny Red Weatherwax at the higher tiers, I think. And Rip is at the higher tier as well, as is the kitty. This adorable kitty. So yeah, those are our new emotes, new-ish emotes. On the higher one. Yeah, Edge has them all. That kitty's so cute. Tier 1 has access to Death of Rats is a good one. Yeah, Edge, do you like the must be nice one? It made me happy. I'll write down Death of Rats, Learzel. And I also I'm making stickers of the emotes for Chicago. So I'm really excited about those. Go for it, son. I have to get you, Learzel, I have to get you your Pratchett quote, too. Let me write down Death of Rats emote, though. First, I really have to make sure that that's there. There, okay, I've saved the Death of Rats emote. The I ain't dead made me so happy. We worked really hard on that one. Where'd I put it? I want to see it bigger. Did it work? Yeah, it's so perfect. Sorry, okay. All right, so Pratchett quote. Files. Yeah, P, Fossil Culture is generous, so generous, so generous. Sorry, this is super sweet. All right, I feel like we need one from Feet of Clay. There were no public health laws in Ankh-Morpork. It would be like installing smoke detectors in hell. If I were a card, what would my casting cost be and what would I do? God, that's a hard one. That is a really difficult thing to ask. I think I would be... I feel like I would do something with I'd be like, girl with cats and like my ability would be like something like rub a toe bean. Get wrecked. I think 25 is correct here. It could be 26 because we do have some 6 drops. So I do need to cut something down. Edge. Yeah, seriously? Yeah, Eska, yeah. Eska's chariot, yeah. I do think I cut this Revenant. I wonder if that's wrong. I think so. Yeah, let's try it. Let me double check the ratio though. 19, 15. So we got 13, 14, 15, 10, 11, 12. That's probably fine. Good luck to us. I could put in one extra mountain so that we could do the other side of Valky, but I think we're just going to rely on Valky being an early drop if possible. And if we happen to have the Xander's Lounge, great. Or the Ornithopter. Isaac is comfy chairs. The pacifism is awesome. All right, we'll keep this. So Vesuvian does what? Kicked, conjured, duplicate. Hi. Okay. This card is so good. All right, Ornithopter. You're an artist? Awesome! That's so cool! I love artists. Sorry. Like all of them. I'm actually using some of my own art for the tokens that I'm designing for Chicago. Just gonna put this into my hand, I think. I mean, the Herborg Scavengers is technically... yeah, let's do this. I don't actually get value, but they're not likely to be able to counter it there because we have the Ornithopter. If they want to bounce it, sure. If they want to kill it with something, yeah, that's fine. Kicker. Alright, let's see if they want to counter it. Okay. Oh, I don't really do a cam border because I don't have the... Like, I could do a cam border from one of the other scenes, though. That would be interesting. See if they let me attack. But that would be really cool, son. I should put it on one of the other scenes, though, not this one. Yeah, I like this card. I've concluded. This card is good. Girl, thank you so much for the subscription! Hypes to you, thank you so much for your support of the stream! Bob Marley's favorite dessert? Okay, so... Silex out or Yorion into hand? I think it's Yorion into hand. Sure. Plains into graveyard. I think I'm gonna let that happen. You're amazing, son. Thank you. That's so awesome. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, I'll have to get some thought about what exactly we would be. That's actually a nice draw. Um... So we're gonna flash this in at EOT. Yeah, I'm gonna have to think about what card, and then I will insist on paying you. Okay, so let's say they counter this. We can get it back with Luris. Unless it's exiled. Okay. Okay, so let's Luris and get back the fairy. For now, is that good enough? I mean, I can just Vesuvian the Voracious. I don't think that's right. We can Karn Silex as well. Let's see how this plays out. Okay. There are too many counters in this goddamn cube. Do you suppose they have disallow for the Karns? That would be irritating. Unless they have the angel. The angel flickering the great shark. No, that won't do it. Okay, alright. Alright, I think I'm actually gonna give it one more turn and try the mist. I did want to do it after they did this so they wouldn't know that that was going to happen before they selected the card, but... Okay. But I also didn't want them to find a counterspell for it, so... Alright, so let's let them counter this. Alright, not how I thought they were going to do it, but it'll work. Too many counterspells. This is so boring. Kind of hate this. Do this and then Soul Servitude. I think we just wait for now. I think it gets worse that I wait, though, because then they can start drawing more counterspells, which apparently their deck is, like, all counterspells and removal. They should have played the shark out, one would think. Oh well. Yeah, it's oops, all control, it sucks. Tef, nice. Yeah, I don't think I can win, so we're just gonna concede this one. Like, this is so boring to play. Just control is boring. Just so many counter spells, which is fine as long as like counter spells unlimited. Because these counter spells have like extra things, and the like Sunfall was huge, which gave them a creature and meant that they didn't have to like play into the Silex. There's just, I'm sure I could have played that better, but I just, ugh, didn't seem like fun. Arena? Hello? Arena? Let's try that again. But yeah, son, get it. Message me on Discord. We should talk about this. But I would like to pay you for that. That'd be fun. OB countered the game, yeah. Okay. Card. Do I just want to draw? I kind of like the Menace lifelink here. My crab! It's holding off the Eberhardt currently. And now this only costs 12. Ha! Opponent should be very scared. Ugh, that card's not okay. I don't think I'm going to be double blocking the Sir Joshua with the Seed Shark and the Null Priest, even if I had the option, because I have the Gix and I might be able to draw a card off the Seed Shark the next turn. I'm hoping the Seed Shark survives so that I can do that. Knight of the Reliquary. Fascinating. Okay, now that they're tapped out, I absolutely will. Never mind. This will cost 11. I'm doing great. Hello? Hello? LP? I hope they're not disconnected or anything like that. That would be sad. There we go. All right. Ooh. Hello, Scarab God. You are quite lovely. So this is an artifact that could go to the graveyard. That's another type. Yorion. Okay. They haven't companioned theirs. Resetting their stuff does nothing here. But that does block my Seed Shark. Maybe they're like a really cool land. That's a cool land. Oh. Let's do that. Now, they may have a way to kill my hostage taker, but that was really fun. What? Oh boy. Well, if they don't have removal, I think I probably should just Massacre Worm here, kill the Eberhard and the Spell Thief, and charge. I mean, the Yorion is really nice to play. Fine. Oh. I wasn't going to take the Knight. I was going to take the Sir Joshua, I think. Or the Eberhard. Probably the Eberhard. But yeah, the Massacre Worm would have been a really good play on attack all because they don't have any profitable blocks at that point. But I think getting the Yorion, the value off the Yorion is good in case they find removal for the Hostage Taker the next turn so that I get the value off of it. But It was an interesting one. GG's. I don't think that person was heavily experienced at playing. I think they were having a great time, which is what you should do. But there were certain choices they were making there that were slightly odd, I guess, or maybe it was just their draw that was unfortunate for them. Actually gonna do the Rafine here. Oh, thank you, son. That's gonna be great. I'm excited. So when I do this, they may respond by scrying. That's fine. A land is actually great there. They should have responded afterwards, maybe? I don't know. We'll see. But if they scry here, we take the top. I don't want to do the underside. I don't think so, no. Yeah. Sedgemoor Witch. Okay. They could scry on upkeep there. That would have been interesting. No, my smoochie. Death to smoochie. Okay, sorry. Alright. Love that card. Hate it on the other side of the board, but there we are. Do this draw card, I think. Could attack with a crab to send a message, but what if they play red and then haste, and then I'd be like, whatever. Yoggles. Okay. Okay. All right. We're gonna Xander's Lounge here into play tapped. Null Priest. Okay. Chose not to discard an additional card. They gave me a swamp. Sad. Alright. Shouldered. So that's the artifact in the graveyard. So I guess we crux here. We have more card advantage. I don't want them to flip shouldered. Then we can start removing stuff from their graveyard. So we play Ledger Shredder into the Scavengers. Discard a land. Menace, lifelink, or shouldered? Yeah. Menace! Priest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Sky Sovereign. Killing Priest or what? Scavengers? Priest. Fair. Okay. So that's 8. Question. If I Yori in this, does it get to keep these two abilities? We're gonna try. Actually, I shouldn't. Because then if the Sky Sovereign can kill it, it'll be a 3/3, right? So let's submit 0 for now. It won't keep the counters. The question was the abilities. New object? Okay. So Ledger Shredder probably dies to the Sky Sovereign here, which is sad, but we need one more land for the Emmy. Aw. Why would you though? is my land. Because Sky Sovereign can kill that on attacks. I don't understand our opponent's play, but I am sad that we were going to get the next land, but we are also still likely to get a land of some kind here. So. And we can also start activating this next turn. If they don't... This will force them to attack with this Sky Sovereign. Most likely. To kill it. It is odd that they're not, like... using the tome to draw a card. Just need one land for the Emmy. Yeah, there we go. I don't know that we've lost, hun. There's not actually... I mean, I can't... You don't have a sack outlet or something weird. Like... I can kill something, but... Like, I can kill a couple things, but... Then I take 3 each time. Like... We can scry on upkeep, but... And, yeah. I mean, we actually beat a double Emmy at one point last stream, and we were double Emmy'd. They should have won. Don't get me wrong. They should have won, but they misplayed the Emmy. Like our turn for the Emmy. But yeah, like they should have won, but we did beat double Emmy, and I feel really good about that. But normally Emmy does win the game. Absolutely. Is it Monkey that was the incoming friend request? Is that Sun? I'm gonna accept it. Whatever. It's a cute gerbil hamster. All right. All right. Let's hope that the preacher gets us a little out of this. Wonder if I'm supposed to Urborg Scavengers first? No, this is... Well, against black, maybe. There's actually a lot of lines that I could take here that are interesting. I'm going to wait for this for the Elvish Mystic. I can Vraska's Contempt that if I want, just because it's making things easier for them to cast, but there's not that much reason to do that, so I'm just gonna do this. And I'm just gonna hold up the Vraskas, I guess, for now. Meh, let's do this. Amazing, son. Yeah. That I can kill. Hmm. That's annoying. All right. I was hoping to find another removal spell there. But we're gonna Warzone Duplicator and bounce the Howler, I think. Although I could take the Gear Hulk of my own. They replay the Gear Hulk, kill the Duplicator. I get a copy. This is an interesting dueling Gear Hulks. It's gotta be, yeah, I've got Yorian. I think we do the Howler. Recruiter's not good for me, really, on the thing, but I think putting this back in their hand is wrong. We can do it later. Ooh, Nissa good.
Power surges through these lands. Be wary of the ground you walk on.
What? That's scary. Oh, Jesus. Okay. That's unfortunate. That really hurts. Okay. Get a 1/1 lifelinker. Yeah, that's brutal. And we haven't found a single removal spell. Other than if they'd played the Elvish Mystic, which they haven't. No, we had the Vraska's Contempt. That's what we had. Jesus. Okay, well, we're also just flooded. That's just really sad.
Talk of peace.
Oh, it's only if I attack a player? Ah, bugger. Alright. Yeah, too bad. Alright, I don't get the 1/1, which is kind of important. Ugh. Wow, they're drawn crazily well. That's unbelievable. How many lands is that? 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? To their 5, 6? Wow. Brutal. Oh well. And I couldn't even pump the Ledger Shredder.
Shall conquer you.
Yeah, unless I found a Wrath here, we're very dead. And even so, Nisso's probably still making us dead. All right. Yeah, there's nothing I can do here. There were just, there's no... Ugh. That was brutal. Oh, sweet son! Sleep well, Griddle! That was a bad draw. Well, reach creature to attack myself. Yeah, Sifsta. Yeah, that was just 10 lands to 5. There's not much we can do about that. Sadly. Also, their deck is great. No critique of their deck, obviously. Just, it would be nice to have given it a better game. Not sure we would have won, but a better game would be good. Alright, so what I can do is play the Lounge, and then next turn play Agent and Evolved, or Ledger. I think in case they play a 1-drop Elf, I'm going to want to be able to play that turn too. So instead of playing the Agent of Rafine out this turn, I'm going to play out this tapped. Alright, so now I think actually we Ledger Shredder, and then we can double spell the next turn either with life and evolved, or life and refine. So let's get this online. Alright, in case it's counterspell, let's go... counter by paying 1. Let's go Evolved Sleeper first. No, let's go Refine first. Alright. That's fine. And then we go Evolved Sleeper. And we discard, I think, against them the Life of Toshiro. Hey, Eulogy, how you doing? We've been having some meh luck right now, but it's doing all right. Okay. I think we Valky an agent. First we play this. Do I have to do this only as a sorcery? No. Okay, so we go... next to combat. Actually, first we Valky. I know we have Xander's Lounge, but we do have some recursion. Holy shit. Okay. I hate this. I don't like this cube. It's got too much counter magic. It's just really annoying. Hmm. Woodland Cemetery. But their shields are down right now. Hakuna Yurtada's OP. Mm-hmm. Well, they found a green source then. Olo. If I flicker Valky, can I make it into the Planeswalker? Usually it flickers back to front side, but... Am I able to? Oh, that's a nice one. Always front? Okay. Alright, we're just gonna attack. And use the Rafines, I think. Alright. Booyah. Ah. Breeder. Spifferific. Yeah, okay. Valky first. Give them the map token. Or let them draw a card. I think we take the Visionary here. Taking this means I could turn it into that and attack and get the map token, though. It's not bad, but I think I just don't want them to get the draw effect right now. That's a nice draw for them. Okay. Because I want to Gix and draw a card here. I don't want to flip the Valky into whatever this is. It's not going to ETB to draw a card. I know that. I took this so that they wouldn't play it. And this is the one I would rather kill using the Bitter Triumph. So that's why I chose the one I did. But if they don't find removal, then I'm going to wish that I took the Sentinel. Prime Titty. So here I'm assuming they play the Sentinel. Then we Bitter Triumph that, get in, draw 2 cards. What did you draw here that you're thinking so hard? Now I'm hoping that I'll be able to counter the Nissa before they can play it. So we can Scarab God next turn. Looks like I'm gonna be a little too slow to counter the prime time into the thing. Depends on what I draw here. Okay. They've drawn lands that they need for all the crazy 4 colors in their deck. That's nice for them. Alright, so they play prime time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If they draw a land. We just do the Scarab God here. Although the Spell Thief is a really fun one on the prime time. I have to draw a land for this to work. Of course they did. Of course they did. Alright. Let's see what we can do here. We won't be blocking the prime time if they attack with it. Tokens won't come back to hand. Oh, you mean putting this back in? Okay. I don't know whether I want to do that. Ooh, Field of the Dead. Hmm. Interesting. Really? A land? Why? Ugh. If I counter that, I might be dead. To the Nissa plus overrun. No, they just block with 2 zombies and get them back with the prime time. I'm actually not going to copy the Scarab God here because I really don't want to die to the thing. That's annoying. I can't believe they drew Thoughtseize there. That's really annoying. Hey Genesis, how you doing?
Strength multiplies.
Um, well, that sucked. All right. So, yeah, no more timeouts. I should have... So what I wanted to do was, brr. There was a lot I really wanted to do. I wanted to hostage taker I wanted to hostage taker the 4/4, and then I wanted to attack first, and then throne guard the Titan, and then hostage taker the other. But I moved too slowly. I was trying to figure out whether I could afford to do that, but so this was my fault. It was too slow. I was trying to think through the lines of, like, do this before combat or after. It was interesting. The beginning of combat, we do the thing. No, the Talions would come into play. I'd bounce the Primeval Titan, then see what they block with, then the hostage taker takes something else there. But we're going to we still have a creature to make from the graveyard, so I'll be able to throne guard sacrificing this to make the prime time cost 2 more. Oh Jesus. What a draw from... Like, the draws from OP have been, like, exactly when I'm, like... I'm winning, and then I'm just not. Okay, so let's see. So let's go this. Cast with bargain, please. This. Resolve. Put that back. Resolve. Resolve. But I think I died to Nissa now if I did it this way. It's just really sad.
Let fire rage within your heart.
And I'm really sad about this. Like, I should have done it the other. Tybalt, though, their drawing Tybalt is ridiculous there. Wait, you don't go for the overrun? What's wrong with you? I think I'm dead to the overrun. Oh, they need 7. That's right. Never mind. That's what's wrong with them. Okay, we're fine. Yeah. So I need to hostage take something. Oh, they choose not to play it. That's weird. Chat, why would they choose not to play it here? All right. I think they're dead because they didn't play it. Anyway, let's go next to combat. Attack with the thing in the air. And then priest. Oh, the bird up. The bird. Hmm. Okay. So we don't attack here. We do Undercity Plunder. We play a land. We hostage take at the 5/5. Do I need to Pima Renegade, or is this what I'm supposed to do? I think we do this. Hey, welcome, welcome! I think I'm probably misplaying here. We'll see. Because I'm gonna priest at the end of their turn.
So many painful memories.
And then on my turn as well.
Our strength multiplies.
And hope that that works, I guess. I could have offered the trade for the flyer anyway. I don't know. How you doing, Steve Roberto? How goes? 6 and 2. Fuck. Yeah. They drew so unbelievably well. Amazing. Like, they just kept top decking exactly what they needed each time. Really annoying. Okay. That's my owned creature, but... I need to find 1 point of damage. I think I misplayed most of this somehow. Like, I mean, but they kept drawing exactly... The Thoughtseize was perfectly timed. The Tybalt was perfectly timed. Fucking hell. And the Heartless Act. Like, it's just like, oh. Alright. I can Yorion my Hostage Taker, but that doesn't do enough. But does the Scarab God come back to me if I do that? That's actually going to be interesting. Singularity? Oh, interesting. But Tibble to hand? Really, you think? Yeah, maybe. That's right. Maybe. No attacks. Yeah, this is pretty sad. They can exile the Hostage Taker. But I hope I get that means like this back. But I don't know. Oh, for fuck's sake. What the shit? Like, this is the most stupid top-decking shit I've ever seen. This is such bullshit. Such bullshit. So every single draw was perfect for them. For 7 turns. Like, that's ridiculous. And I do think, though, that Singularity, you might be right. Like, maybe... So, it's possible that I should have traded with that creature with the bird as well. I was thinking about it. I was thinking about trading with the bird creature in the air, because it's just bad for them to have a flyer anyway against me. But I do think I could have played that better, but they also, like, I was going to win every turn if they just didn't top deck that particular card that they had each turn. It was crazy. The Thoughtseize on was just perfect draws, and I'm very sad. Hey, Counterman, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. That was absolute bullshit. Like, absolute bullshit every time. Ugh. I'm so pissed. I'm so pissed. Psych Rift. There's an Oracle that I could play with. I don't know that I like this card that much because you just tend to draw dead cards for a lot of it because the Moxen don't really help you out that much. I don't think this card is unbelievable. I do, it's good. Like, it's good. I like Rift, Grasp, Spellbinder. Yeah, exactly, Singularity. That's what I thought too. I was wondering why they didn't do it that earlier. I'm gonna take War Boss and see if we can go red aggro. Ooh, Wedding Announcement and Nissa. And a Wrath of God, which is always fun. We could do Wedding. Hope to Wheel. I think the Wedding's better. Devil's Play also good. Could just take the Phoenix and hope to wheel the Devil's Play because we wouldn't know whether we would want to be in white or green, but these two are likely not to come back. I don't have to commit to a second color if I just take the Rekindling here, though. And I'm just gonna take the Wedding. Seneschal over Townraiser Tyrants, and this, and the Werefox, and the thingies. Okay. This card's dumb. Obliterating Bolt also good. Grim or Captivating? That doesn't go with aggro, does it? The Grim. Battery over Command. Hydra? I don't want Guardian Idol in this deck. I guess I take one of these cards in case we end up Gruul. Could also take Blood Crypt in case we end up that. Well then, the red white is really flowing.
I've lost so much already. I won't lose more.
Kogla or Ulvenwald or Collective Defiance. Interesting. This is better for the more aggro deck. This is just a really good card. All right. Damn, I guess I guessed wrong for the Gruul versus the Boros. I do think Wedding is slightly better for our War Boss start than the Phoenix. Alright, I'm gonna take the Devil's Play over the Karuga. I do like having an X spell to end the game for the final points of damage that I possibly can't get because they're counter magic and so on and so forth. Take a Heath here. That is an Acolyte in case I wanted to Naya it up. Don't think I do. Okay, Carnosaur or Jaya? I think it's Carnosaur. We're getting more into the big Gruul than I would like to be. But there we are. This can be just 3 damage to a creature, so can put it at the 3 slots, that's alright. Nergil, welcome! How are you doing? Sir Jinja! C-double's good, I don't know why that's past that late. I hope your stream was wonderful. Welcome, welcome. We are grueling here. We thought we were Borosing, but that was short-lived. We may still be Borosing, it depends. Depends on the second pack here. We know in the third pack we're not likely to see white, because white has been completely cut. But if we get enough white in the second pack, it may be that stronger. Whoa, Elder. There's a lot of good stuff here. Love our other Koglas, if we want to be Kogla tribal. I think Gargaroth is probably the pick, even over the Incubation Druid. I do like ramping out stuff, but this cube has proven that ramping is not as important. Then again, if I could wheel either of these, I'd be happy, so it's possible that I just should take that. The lands aren't good for us, necessarily. Godric's a fine pickup, but currently we're a bigger Gruul than I wanted to be the lower Boros, so I'm not likely to be double spelling that, I mean, putting in 2 permanents that frequently. I think I'm going to take the Druid here, because we are bigger than I wanted to be, but I'm gonna be sad if either the Kogla or the other doesn't wheel. Alright, Abrade, Jetmir's, Courser. Automaton's not bad overall, and the Immortal Sun's fun. GG Sims! Just take the Jetmir's Garden. It's not bad to take here because the Windswept Heath can fetch it up. I do love the Abrade, but I think we're just going to take the land. And we could also consider the white cards, but I'm just going to grab this while I can. Primal Might, Searing Blood Channeler. We'll take the Might. Do like a Spell Spear. I don't know that I want another 6-drop. Again, remember this is a 3-drop because it's probably going to be burn for us. There's an Avacyn's Pilgrim, which isn't awful here, just a ramp. Key to the Archive is fantastic, but I'm not sure it's what this deck wants to do. I could just take the Titty. Titty's fine. Could also take this Pilgrim. I guess we take the ramp. I've been hearing that ramp is not as good in this as it normally would be. Bloodbraid Elf, Great Henge, and Play with Fire. Great Henge is interesting, but we all our creatures are tiny right now. Until we get to like 6. Play with Fire and Bloodbraid Elf are interesting, but the Great Henge, we might just take it here just because it's one way to get through lots of stuff here. There's a Cold Steel Heart, Play with Fire, Bloodbraid Elf, all fine. I don't think I want this the Scout, but Paleontologist, light up the okay, we could splash Quintorius if we really wanted to, but I don't think we're gonna do that. I'm gonna take this over the light up. Unholy Heat, big score, interesting. Ugin's actually interesting here. As a destroy effect. I think I'll take it over Unholy Heat for now. Okay, Miglos is good. Stoke, that's a real... Miglos is really good at enabling the Great Henge a little bit more. I do like its versatility. I think it's better than taking... I do like this Viv. I do like Stoke. I'm gonna take this for now. And then the Reveler came back. Okay. Bitter Triumph should not still be in the pack. Okay. So we'll kind of treat this as a... the Trumpeting Carnosaur as a removal spell. I have 2 Planeswalkers now. It doesn't really matter. The Immortal Sun is better than either of them. And if we get... Like, we're not always guaranteed to get one when we have the Sun. But I could just take the Forge Fire. I think I'm gonna take the Sun here. We'll see about this. Okay, I don't want any of this. No, okay. This is kind of sad. I was expecting to be able to pick up Gruul-colored cards, either one or both of the colors, toward the end of this pack. Okay, yeah, we are getting... Okay. Alright. So we can splash the white if we really want to. We do have a few fixers that do so. The Avacyn's Incubation Druid and the Paleontologist. Whoa. Ooh, big Chandra. I think I need the Paradise Druid. There's also the Triome, which is fixing. I think I'm going to take the Paradise Druid over that. I may be able to get some fixing later. Blast is good. Chandra's good. We're going to grab this. Probably not going to get the large Chandra back, but I think we've got enough top end that we're not too upset about that. Magda and Shamil and Prime Titty. Magda's for the more aggressive build of this. I love Werewolf Pack Leader as well. There's so much counter magic that I really kind of want to play that, but it's a 6 mana artifact and there is so much artifact destruction. I think I'm gonna just... maybe I wheel Magda. Okay, this is sick. Okay, can I just have this pack? I want the Nissa, the Burn, the Glory Bee, and the Hellrider. I also wouldn't mind the Retrofitter Foundry. You really want the Hellrider? We are not the token deck for it, though. We're actually not. I think I would take the Nissa here and cut the Immortal Sun. I really want that burn down the house, but I think this is... We're taking Krenko. We're gonna hope that that thing wheels, okay? Royal is good. Lotus Cobra, like, I want this pack too. And then also Phyrexian Metamorph. We're gonna take Krenko. We're gonna see if we can get that thing back. All right, taking Cut and Mephits and Titan, huh? We're gonna take Stomping Ground here. We're gonna hope that the Hellrider wheels. Ooh, Tireless and Augur? Safekeeping is also a really great card. I think we take Tireless over Augur. That's really close, though. I'm gonna take... I got single green. Ugh. Double red on... Meh. Rex Sage and Chandra. Tireless does combo well with Titan, but I think it's Augur to be able to get to the later spells. So I think we cut the Immortal Sun because I think we're going to like Planeswalker Tribal here. I do like the Rex Sage.
You want to play with fire, huh?
Esika's Chariot. Oh, Llanowar Visionary too? Alright. We did get the big Chandra back. There's Electrostatic Blast too, but whatever.
Let's start at a sizzle.
Let's just do mono Planeswalkers. It's fine. Everything's fine. Nothing's wrong. Abbott can probably go. Magda and the Werewolf came back, huh? I think it's Magda. Because we have expensive spells. Damn. I love the Werewolf. I don't think we run Eugene. I think we cut the Abbot. Glory Beak and Burn Down the House came back. I don't have another Wrath. I probably need the Burn, but I'm still going to take Glory B because people wanted them. That more. I still think the Wrath... I didn't get the Hellrider back. Are we Crater Hoofing? Hoof Daddy. Let's do it. Mephits is a nice pickup. I think we're in the correct colors. Alright, so we're not actually as aggressive as this. Probably not the Lavamancer. Because we're not filling up our graveyard that fast. So this is a 3-mana removal spell for us, basically. This is 3 damage to target creature or planeswalker. So for ramp, we have Pilgrim, Druid, Paleontologist, and Druid. And Magda. I don't know about this Henge. I want it, but I don't know about it here. I think we probably let this go. It makes me sad. I have 2 4-drops on 3. Potential 4/4s on 3. Nah, to 4. 4 it would be potentially... I think the Henge is going to sit in my hand for too long. think we let Vivian go. It does destroy artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying, which is kind of sweet. Which we could definitely die to creatures with flying or artifacts and enchantments, but I do think I let that one go. I'm probably supposed to let the behemoth go too and just go with the animist. She's cheaper. Not better necessarily, but cheaper. And I think I run 4117 because I'm lazy. I don't want to cut another card. 14, 12, 7, 8, 9, 10. 7, 8, 9, 10. It's 10 and 10. That's probably okay. Alright, meh. Oh, I'm not ditching Inti out of this deck. It is a good card. Huh. Oh, they have the ninjutsu dude? Oh boy. I'm so good at drawing lands. It's brutal. Okay.
I'm the best fire starter there is.
I'm assuming this is exclude.
Yup, you're going down.
Damn.
Nobody tells me what to do.
All right. Let's see what goes on here.
Oh, this is gonna hurt.
This is gonna get countered is what's gonna happen. Hmm.
Oh, today's my lucky day. This'll be easy.
The worry here is a crux of fate, I think.
You require my aid?
I will cull the weak.
Oh, today's my lucky day.
Hmm. I think we could do... Meh. I'm not sure how much pressure to put here. I think I do need to just put pressure. Question is going Lolth or not. So they sacrificed both to put -1/-1 counters on the Miglos. Yogg is very good against our deck. Oh, they did it that way. Interesting.
Do what I demand.
Interesting.
We will see.
Doom Waffle, thank you so much for the 3 months! Alright. It's a good turn for them. Do we have a dino in the graveyard? No. Okay. I think I'm okay with that. Less okay with this. What? That's just game, isn't it? Oh, I hate that. That sucked.
Exchange for loyalty.
Our luck isn't great today. All right, see what we can draw.
Aren't I the generous one? Yup, you're going down. Aren't I generous?
They have like 5 cards in hand. All right. Well, what I could have done. Actually, there's a bunch that I could have done. Not that much.
Let us march into battle and make new comrades. What a good, mindless minion.
You will be a pile of ashes!
Hmm. Is there something I can get that's better than Glory Bee? I think that Chandra Awakened Inferno is the only thing that's possibly better because the Glorybringer would have to attack Lily so that she couldn't make me sacrifice 2 creatures. Why do you think this is lethal? What? I'm gonna do this, see.
This'll be easy.
Oh, I'm gonna do something stupid. 4, 5, 6, and that. This is gonna get countered. Or bounced or something. Yeah. We're just gonna concede here and go to the next one. The Crux of Fate was too much. Cannot deal with the Wrath. If I exert to kill blocker, it's 4 + 2 + 1 + 2. No, 2 plus... So 4 + 2 + 2 is 8. Right? Because Glory Bee is 4/4, right? And then, so it's 4 damage to target non-dragon creature, right? 4 + 2 + and the 1 goblin's going to be a 2/2, so it's 8, not 9, I believe. So the question is whether if we do this, if we don't cast, maybe we could get the final points of damage, but they still had interactions, so we were going to lose anyway. Either way, it wasn't going to matter. Yeah. Right. Am I going to draw a forest, chat? I think we mulligan this. Godric's really tempting. You say yes? I'm gonna draw a forest? I should mulligan this. If chat doesn't... No, I'm gonna mulligan this. Alright, let's keep this. Eventually, yeah. Alright. I will likely play with fire, whatever they play, if I am able to. It's weird that they're taking this long to think about it. But maybe they're just being very deliberate with their plays. And we will kill that. I don't want to have to deal with it getting bigger and them getting more flyers. Urobrask's Forge. Interesting. Non-land permanents.
It's my turn. Oh, this is gonna hurt.
What do you win, Rally? We mulliganed. Or are you saying something else? Double black I didn't see coming, really. Town Razor, okay. Yeah, but I mulliganed. We were asking based on the, like, the mulligan stuffs. I'm losing to this forge more than anything.
All right, that's it.
I'm going to lose this anyway. Oh well.
Yup, you're going down. I know who I am, and no one is telling me what to do.
Can't get rid of that forge. Alright, let's buy a little bit of time. Hopefully they're attacking both our planeswalkers here, nothing else. This is where you wish you had burned down the house instead of that big Chandra. Oh, sorry, instead of Glorybringer. Our draws have not lined up well tonight. Against what our opponents are doing. Oh well. So we lose this one, we move on to the next. Hopefully we get... Like, I thought we had a decent opening hand, but... Sorry, no, we didn't. We had to ditch it, didn't we? But, yeah, I don't think I win this one. Jesus Christ. Opponents have perfect mana. 3-color decks. With double red, double white, double black. This is amazing. Alright, yeah, I don't think we get this one. Does this... can I cast dinosaur creature spells from among cards that I've only exiled? Is that like a delayed trigger as well? Can I actually keep them? Or if this is not on the battlefield, can I not cast it? I don't know why they didn't do that. You're absolutely... I mean, I don't know what opponents are doing, but... We're gonna test this out. So, okay, so you can't, it's not a delayed, it's not a trigger that, like, goes on, like, Gonti, etc., etc., where you can cast things. It has to be on the battlefield for you to be able to cast the card. That's good for me to know for science. All right, let's try and actually get cards to line up well here. Yeah. See what we can do. Messing with my cube win rate. Okay. So, stomping around into Paradise Druid, into Miglos if nothing better shows up, or if we have to kill something, we use this. I would have loved the Lovestruck Beast in this deck. I wouldn't probably ended up playing the thingy if the Great Henge if I'd gotten it. Now we can kill the 1/1 if we want to stop the beast from attacking. I don't think that's what I'm supposed to do, but... Maybe I am, actually. That's fascinating. I mean, I can just Incubation Druid and take the 5. I don't know whether they can produce other 1/1s, though, which is... a little rough. The problem with putting this out is it's not hexproof. And that can be a little slow. I guess we try it. Alright. Carnosaur is interesting here, but so is Titty. And Glory Bee can kill the 1/1, so they can't attack with that. What do we discover 5? What's 5? Essica's Chariot, Chandra, Augur, Legion, Warboss, Krenko. There's a lot of not good things that we could get. We don't want to go reach into the Vorinclex. The Glory Bee into the Vorinclex. This is a very risky play because if they have a removal, I'm basically dead. So I'm going to do this though. I think it's slightly better than the Carnosaur. And it's certainly better than just playing this out, I think. I suppose I could have exiled Vorinclex, taken another 6. Hmm. Alright, I'll go for the one without trample. But we could be dead here. Okay. Chandra to kill that? Or just trumpeting? Well, shit. Well, this was a fun draft. She lied. Jesus. That was a lot of bad luck there. Oh well. Hmm. So if I'd used a 6 mana removal spell to kill the Vorinclex, I don't know what would have happened other than that. We'll see. Ooh, a Tali. They had so many more cards in hand than we did at that point, though. They had 2 mana up at the time. Hmm. Because if they have any pump or hexproof there, then it's just game. Boring collects. They did cast it off. Like, we could have had Tamios, but we didn't. Hmm. Why does this still have the... Is it just because it has the totally lost art? Is that just like a joke? I wonder. Krenko's good. Terra Sunder's good. Let's just grab the Krenko and go. Glissa's a fun one. Noxious Gearhulk is fun. Glory be in Kogla. I guess we're gonna run it back for, There's also Metamorph here, which is also an interesting one. I'll take the Glory Bee. We don't have to run green. So, okay. Ugh. I love me in ECD. Into the Fire is good unless we have Krenko and tokens. These two removal spells in red are really good, but I really like ECD in this format. But that does mean I'm picking another color, which, given that we have these options, it might not be right to do. I think I'm just going to take the Enthusiasm here. There is a Triumph in case I was committing to green with the Atali and the flip, but I think we want the removal. Facebreaker. Ooh, and a Stomping Ground, Cultivate, Werewolf. Okay. Facebreaker's nice. Wonder what the stats are for the colors in this cube. We shall see. Okay, let's see. Pass me good cards. I would like some good cards. Gotta get to the set review, too. First look. Sorry, reviewing all of those games in my head. They're not turning out any better than they did in real life. I just don't know. I don't know if I made. I know some misplays, but or lines that could have been better. In the other games, but these seemed like we weren't going to win no matter what. There we are. Okay. Titania's Command. Ooh! Signed. Dominic Meyer art. Sweet. Alright, let's check out what we got here. We have a Mishra's Command, a Miglos. I don't mind taking a Mishra's Command. Rather than choosing a second color right now. But I do like Miglos, but I just don't know what we're supposed to be in. Luris is an interesting one, but we don't have any 2-drops. Could take the Priest of Forgotten Gods here. We do make tokens here. But then I'm not taking Luris, which is a sad thing. I'm just going to take the removal slash fix my hand up slash do things. Do love me a Lauren. There's Carnosaur and Fabled Passage here. And a Mind Stone that I'm not excited about because this wants to be a little bit faster than that. But, me. Alright, chat. Do you want the Carnosaur or do you want the Lauren or do you want the Fabled Passage? We'll go with the response first. I will tentatively select the Carnosaur. You want the passage? Okay. Okay. Sky Sovereign's good. I'm gonna take the Phoenix here, I think. And there's a bauble, but... Ooh, Magda's a really nice pickup. Drown and Ichor would be the second shot there. Finally a 2-drop. And a good one. Could take the Sedgemoor. This is one of my pet cards, though. Lingering Souls is also interesting. We'll see how it goes. Oh, we got Yogg and Into the Fire back. I'm gonna take the Yogg here. Because if we can get the Gobos to sack to it, it's actually... Ooh, nice. And this to sack to it. That's really sweet too. But okay. Alright, so we've got this sort of black-red sack deck. What goes well with that? I mean, Flesh Gorger's just a fine black card. Vampire's great. Elish Norn's really amazing. Extinction Event we could take here. I think I'm just going to take the Flesh Gorger. This isn't a great pack for us. Alright, Infernal Grasp, Townraiser Tyrant, Soul Servitude, Phyrexian Arena Sorin. Some land, the lounge here. I think we just take the Grasp. Fably. And a Lutri. Oh, that's really close. Hello, Agent. I'm gonna take Fably. Fably too good. Lutri also too good. That one's... I wouldn't fault you for taking either. Fio is really good with Yogg. And Devil's Play is really great. Period. I'm gonna take the Ophio. Blood Chief's... Ooh, Bastion. Ah, I really want that Blood Chief's Thirst. But Bastion's too good here. Because we basically do have the Sacrifice deck. Okay. We're gonna try this. Hopefully, we get some interesting stuff here. I'm trying to recall whether Mayhem Devil's in this. And what else of the Sacrifice deck is in it? Carnosaur does look like a happy dino. That is very true. Come back. All right. Okay. Vran is good with this, and it's a 2-drop. Kenra's Spell Spear is also excellent. There's also an Obliterating Bolt, which I do like. I think I'm supposed to take the Spell Spear here. If we had more actual ways to sacrifice things, I probably would have taken the Vran. But this, I think, is just a very good card. I'm going to take the Flames of the Firebrand here over the Den, Inquisition, and Death, right? Forsaken, Crossroads here. I really like all of these, but... And this is okay in this deck, but... I think I want this land. Okay. Alright, back to that pack while we're waiting. Dominic Meyer art! It's so pretty, and it's signed. Okay. Oh, nope, we got an actual thing. Okay. So Extinction Event came back. We're gonna grab that over Sekenzan. There's that Tameo safekeeping that our opponent did not play around. And rightly so. I gotta see if Mayhem Devil's in the cube. Hold on. Aw. Well, that's just irritating. Hive is good. I'm gonna take the Town Razor here. Alright. Woo! Island. Conscripted Infantry. Wing Commando. Oh, this has the misprints here, too. There's, like, this line on the top of some of the cards in Bro for this. Oh, wow. Deadly Dispute, Gingerbrute, or Reckoner Bankbuster. That Agent of Treachery should not be pick 11. I'm vaguely tempted to just go into blue. I'll take the Reckoner. Oh wait, I'll take the Deadly Dispute. The Dispute is good. I've thought about it being there. It's good here because it's another sack outlet for, you know, triggering Bastion of blah. But the Reckoner's actually draw effect, and it makes her... It's a bigger attacker. So it might have been better for the deck. Although this is really good drawing and stuff. Okay, this... I do love me a big score, but I think this goes this way. Okay, Lolth, Cruelty, Cut, and Lightning Bolt all go very well in this. I think Lolth goes best for the tokens. Yeah. Bolt is close.
Are you enraptured?
Might be able to wield a Cut to Ribbons.
Or do you fear it?
Bitter Blossom. Okay, Judith is really good for this deck. Ah, but I love Scavengers too now. Sunfall. God damn it. Murderous Cut as well. Chat, do you want... I think I could maybe wheel the Judith. Do you want Bitter Blossom or Scavengers? Or cut. I think it's Bitter Blossom. With what we have, especially with like the Face Breaker and the Yawgmoth. I think it's bitter. I don't know what I'm gonna cut. Talk shrill. Oh, we're a Toxrill Atali deck. I'm not even sure we're an Atali deck. This thing wants to be closer to the ground than that. Toxrill is great. I think we want to be lower to the ground than either Toxrill or Atali. I think I'm supposed to take the Warcrafting. Yikes. Languish is actually interesting too. This is a Wrath that we don't... Ooh, Burn Down. That's perfect. Oh, Bloodstained Mire. Crap. No. Still taking this. Hemi, Forge Fire, Siege Gang. I'd like to upgrade the Abbot. I don't think we're running... Whoa. Upgrading the Abbot with Plarg is good. What do you do? Gix's command. I'm gonna upgrade Abbot with Plarg. Gix's command is great. I think that's not where I'm supposed to be in this one, but I could absolutely be incorrect. Don't like Mishra's command that much. Ooh, Zealous Conscripts and a Searing Blood. Do love me a cruelty. I think I'm supposed to cut a tally and like the high drops. I think I'm supposed to go low to the ground and go with that. She came off, but so did the scavengers. Non-token. Is that better than Urborg Scavenger? I'm gonna try it. Got the Bloodstained Mire back. Nice. It's a ginger. And a searing blood. Okay. Well, I really don't want to cut any of this. So that's rough. Could almost just cut out the black. We'd lose so much power if we did, though. It's a lot of the theme that we would lose. And some decent removal off the Infernal Grasp and the Kolaghan's Command. What does it look like, though? Well, it's not horrid, but it's not good either, I don't think. Oh no, I wouldn't run it. I'd fix the lands before I ran. I'm just looking at the deck itself on mono red. I don't think so. Hmm. Yeah. How do I cut this down? We might let the conscripts go. Hmm. 14 creatures, 15, 16, 17, 18 creatures effectively. So we can cut creatures. I think maybe we don't run the Deadly Dispute. That and a creature. Judith is pretty good with a bitter. Is this card worth it? I'm gonna cut that. I think the 1-drops are less important in this. They're okay. ETB's tapped. 41. Okay. I'm still running 41. 10, 16. 7, 8, 9, 10. 7, 8, 9, 10. I think we'd rather have early double red on 3 and 2 on 4. Okay, so 1 fewer of this, 1 more of that. Although, no, there's a double black on 3 as well. Okay, so let's just do like it said. Alright. Alright, let's try it. The sacrifice deck. Without the actual main things that make sacrifice decks work. Yeah, exactly, Calyx. Exactly. That's why... That's part of why I took it out. Better on 2 isn't bad. Would like to find more stuff to do, though. Didn't find anything to do on turn 3. It's so sad. Alright. That I can do something to. They're in black and blue, so they might have bounce or exile for this. But suppose we do this. Yep. Hmm. Glorybringer would have been nice to draw next turn, but we don't know which order these were going to be in. I'm assuming this is getting countered. No? Okay. Wrath would be bad for me. Of course, because why would my opponents not all have Crux of Fate tonight? Why not? What's it like? And they draw it too. Like it's the against the girl deck and against this deck, huh? Yeah, that Crux is pretty game. I mean, in addition to then getting shouldered for my thing. The Town Razor. Yeah.
I will show you what happens when subservience will be rewarded.
If they have another Wrath, or like Cyclonic Rift, I'm gonna be so sad. Hmm.
I will get what I want.
Ooh. True 3? Wait, aren't they just dead on board? Flames does enough, but like they're just dead on board. Like I don't need to do anything. Yeah. Sorry, I was the way things were going. I was like, oh, maybe they have something. Son, I probably won't be able to get to you like for a while. I'm really busy this week, but thank you so much. I will definitely get to you at some point. I'll have to think about, you know, what is going to be great. You've given me a lot to think about. It's going to be great. Nope. Back to this. Huh. All right. Fine. We'll try this. Not two colors, which is annoying, but we do have a bunch of interaction in the professional, so let's try it. Oh, come on. If you're gonna give me a land, at least make it black. Oh boy. Oh my god, I got a land, I got a treasure token thingy. Could have exiled it for a thing, but I think we want to keep up the like grasp and things. All right. That's a card. But I'm still playing with only half of my deck, which really does suck. 11 cards in. Good night, son! Okay, they're gonna make everybody sacrifice a creature. Oh, that's at least a black source. Can't do anything, but it's at least a black source. Is there anything else I'm supposed to be getting? No. Yeah, this might be just too late now. Jesus. Okay. And a Loth.
Come closer, little thing. That I need. My power is for annihilation.
Okay. Can I kill Lolth and then kill these two with this without her getting those +1 counters? It's gonna do the damage at the same time, right? She won't get counters if I kill her and those two, right? Okay.
Will not cry like a meek little thing. My observe.
I think we're too far behind. They have five cards and like a million mana of all the different colors that they need, so yeah. They have 3 colors and like at least 2 of each, and we couldn't even get our second color. So gross.
You reek with terror. Exquisite. We will slay a gift in exchange for loyalty. You win this round, but I'll be waiting for you.
Yeah, not my night. I think we might go to the set review after this. For a token deck, we haven't produced any tokens. It's so bad. Yeah, I can't win this one. Okay. Alright, let's keep going with this one until we finish it, and then we go for the set review, I think. Oh, this is brutal. Sadness. Alright. Hits the stack. Alright, we've got Swiftgear Drake, Clay Revenant, Gaia's Courser, Steel Exemplar, Spectrum Sentinel. Combat Thrasher was a great card. Quietus Spike, Tyrant of Care Ridges. That was a great card in the format. This also was excellent. Junkyard Genius. And Metathran Elite from the Urza's, that's Destiny or is that Legacy? I forget. But also the list. Alright. This is a good opening hand in theory. Hi. Okay. See if this gets countered. We were just a little slow every time here. Don't have a turn to play. Don't have a... I mean, besides killing something. Let's try the Magda. Yeah, there's so many counter spells in this format. It's so annoying. Hmm. Whatever I play here can get countered by just a regular counter spell. I'm playing this because it's my best play. Oh god, if they're mono blue, this is just gonna be a counter fest, and I'm gonna be so sad. So this is Sublime. Snapcaster, okay. The Bastion's actually more important for us, so if they neutralize this, then we can actually play the Bastion, or we can kill the Oracle. Unless they have... No, Sensor costs 2, right? This is actually more important for us. Okay. Oh! Oh, that's mine. Okay, got it. Jesus fuck. Okay. So let's get the Phoenix back online. Hmm. What happens if I burn the oracles? Eh. We just need them not to have drawn Psych Rift again, I guess. Hmm. I hate this. Of course they drew it. Why wouldn't they? That's my life. 7 cards out of their deck, and of course it's in those 7 cards. Why not? Okay. Fuck that game. So hard. I don't think this is the least pleased I've been with the iteration of Arena Cube so far. We had a really good go of it on the last stream, but it was still like, wow, this is not necessarily all that fun. Like, we were winning, but it was also like we were playing cards where it was just like, this is not ideal. For, like, both players to enjoy a game of Magic. I like doing this so that this is live. But the Ophiomenter is good to get online as well. And this would be better to get on if the Yawgmoth is going to be able to be cast next turn. We just don't have the second black, so I'm not sure it will be. So this seems better to do. It's less mana efficient, though. Let's just go for this. If we do draw Swamp, it's just so much better. Oh, that card. The Death Touch back is not awful, but I think we're fine here. We need to push the damage, otherwise the Forge is going to take over a little bit. Yogg can kill the Forge if we can, like, the token pretty easily if I can just get the second black. Not hitting the second red for so... sorry, the second black for so long is a little sad. I think we could just win if we just had it. Oh well. So if I do 1 damage to the scout... can I win? I need to do 4 damage? I think I can. Oh, I especially can this way, yeah. So, but just attack. Ugh. Could have gotten there so much sooner with Yoggles. Rook. Do. Yeah, I think this cube has too much counter magic. And a few too many. There's a couple other things that I've had my eye on, but that I can't articulate it right now, that aren't as good as previous iterations. Magda would be really great into stuff. Hopefully we can attack with it. I would like to draw a 3rd land there. So much alchemy. Yeah, alchemy's gross. Oh, they didn't touch my Magda. That's so good. So attack, play the Rekindling. Or Bastion it up. Well, pre-combat I would have done that if that were my play. Please don't have exile at 3. Morbid's good against my deck. It's a lot of value. No attack, huh? Okay. Hmm? Okay. I will take it. It might have been that they were missing an entire color. Like we were a few games ago. That could be. Not sure. Yeah, the alchemy cards are pretty cray-cray. They do range like incredibly from this is meh to this should not have been printed. It wasn't even printed, but it shouldn't have been made. Fabled on black. Nothing to do on 2 necessarily, but Flesh Gorger on 3 is not bad. OP's on the play, but this can make up for some of it. Pilot, I mean, yeah, there's nothing that interacts with it. Yeah, exactly. Non-creature, non-land. Oh, good job. They drew a card, though, at least, I guess. Alright, I really would like a 2-drop here. No, that's definitely not what I said. At least the Esper Sentinel's not doing too much, to us, currently. That's an interesting choice. All right, so now we need to get to the burn down the house. Pretty quickly, because that Spellbinder is going to be a huge clock. Oh, for fuck's sake. I would have put the counter on the Sentinel at that point, though. Greetings from Mexico! Nice to see you! Alright. So they get back the Luminarch Aspirant if I burn down the house this turn. I think that's probably fine. Hopefully they don't have protection for the Spellbinder. See how it goes. Meh. Welcome, Isaiah! How are you doing? We're having a bad night, sadly. Our opponents have exactly the right things today, and it's so painful. I think they have removal for the glory. They know about it, so... That's why they're not playing the other Evangel here. I may just lose, period. Oh, okay. They may still have, like, a swords. Or they may just decide that that's enough. Like, if I have to exert to kill the aspirant, right? pretty brutal. Yeah, I don't know that I can get there. Do they have any pump or any extra damage? Let's go red. Scry. Ooh, no. No, thank you. Alright. I think that's what I gotta do. And I have to kill the Luminarch and then we Bastion plus Spell Spear next turn. I still lose there. Let's kill this then. All right. I think this is my only winning line, and I don't know that I can actually get there. They did have an instant speed removal for it. I see. There's some draws that we could get out of this. I'm one off being able to do all of that. Okay. Alright. Probably dead. Exile, of course, so I don't even gain the life. Right. You just have everything. My opponents have had everything all night. I think I'm out. I think we're gonna do the set review and go look at Markov. Karlov Manor. Because this was brutal. Every one of these cubes matches has been horrid. Like, actually no fun. Alright. Yeah, we were trophying all last time. I don't think we, like, got fewer than 5 wins in any of the cube drafts that we did last time, but today was just miserable. It's too bad. So, but we can now do the thing. Yeah, our opponents just literally had it all. Like, if they needed to top deck an answer, that's what they did. If they needed to, like, have a wrath, that's what they did. It was just like, okay. If they needed, like, 3 colors of mana and 2 each of those colors, they had it, and we couldn't even find our second color. Which is just like, roll. So sad. All right, so let's go find do the set review thing. So let's go, Murders at Karlov Manor. And we want to do, Manor, okay. The card gallery. All right, so what we're doing is a limited first look, basically, which means that we're going to focus on the uncommons and commons, because that's what you'll be seeing most in limited. And we'll talk about the mechanics of it, because I have a lot of thoughts about that. But yeah, so this is my first look. I've seen a couple of the cards as far as, like, just to illustrate the mechanics. But other than what's been posted on Twitter, I haven't seen the set. So, here we go. So the first thing I'm going to do is go into advanced. And I'm going to go into the sets. We're gonna go Murders at Karlov Manor. We're gonna go common and uncommon. And then we're gonna say search with these options. And now we're gonna say sorted by color. So we're gonna take a look at white first. As in Wooburg order. So this is for limited. So when I hey Lord Soren, welcome. So when I say a card is good or bad, that's only talking about limited. Constructed might be completely different. So please don't think that I'm poo-pooing a card for like anything other than limited. So some cards are probably meant for other formats like EDH and the others. Hey, Lord Soren! So yeah, so we're just, this might, like I said, I'm going completely fresh into this. So we're going to talk about the mechanics and things like that. So Absolving Lamassu here. 5 mana, 4/3 flyer. That's decent stats. That's why it's an uncommon. You can already tell that for limited. 5 mana with 3 toughness tends to be difficult to justify in limited, just because there's often a red burn spell for 3 that's very cheap and makes spending 5 on this not that great. However, this looks like it has an ETB effect, right? When it enters the battlefield, all suspected creatures are no longer suspected. So let's talk about suspected right now. So suspected creatures have menace and cannot block. There are a lot of cards that say suspect a creature or suspect this creature, or it becomes suspected when it enters the battlefield, etc., etc. Right? And actually this one says suspect up to 1 target creature, right? So when you suspect something, it's useful to you because you can make it so that they can't block with that creature that turn. But suspecting a creature can also mean that it's harder for you to block because it has menace. So there's going to be a little bit of interesting trade-off there. And Unleash Enlightenment! So all suspected creatures are no longer suspected. With this, that's an absolving is interesting. The art doesn't look like it's absolving anything. It looks scared to death of something. But yeah, the art doesn't really gel with the name and what it's doing, but yeah. So it really will be an interesting set of choices that you have, what to suspect, when to suspect, etc. But I suspect that this ability will be decent, because there will probably be some decks that are very aggressive, and you're going to want to make something not menacing, or you're going to want to make your creatures able to block somehow. So I do think that this is going to be upside for this. So this is going to be a decent card. I'm not sure you're going to want that many of them at 5 mana, even for a 4/3 flyer. You know, the 4 is nice, the 3 less nice, because usually you can get 5 at uncommon. You can usually get a 4/4 with vigilance, like a Sarah Angel. But this ability is going to make it interesting. And when it dies, you gain 3 life and suspect up to 1 target creature an opponent controls. You don't have to suspect it, but the gaining 3 life is good. But it's not menacing. Look, it looks terrified. Yeah, a mandatory, situationally good for opponent. Maybe. It's going to be interesting. I don't know. But again, this isn't something that I'm picking super highly as of yet. I don't know. It's going to be interesting. It doesn't need to be menacing, but it's absolving. It needs to be like, I do things that are good for you or something like that. I don't know. Anyway. Okay, so let's move on to Auspicious Arrival. 2 mana instant. It's okay. So it's a combat trick. 2 mana instant +2/+2. We're used to giving it flying for that cost. like a Mighty Leap effect, which I think is better than just one investigation, but there might be a lot of ways that we can use clue tokens in this that make that way more valuable than it would normally be. Normally, +2/+2 for 2 mana is not good. Even with the investigate, meh, we'll see. I think this is fine. I don't think it's bad. I just don't think it without, you know, active ways to use your clues other than to just pay the 2 to draw a card. Well, let's think about it this way. If I've had 4 mana +2/+2 and draw a card, it's not that good. But if I have ways of using these clue tokens or artifacts matter, or just want the extra added over 2 turns, the 4 mana, then it's fine. This isn't really exciting. It's fine currently for me. Call a Surprise Witness, 2 mana sorcery. Return target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Put a flying counter on it as a spirit in addition to its other types. SpongeBob menacing. I want candy. I might go get candy. So, the fact that the creature gains flying is pretty good. We've had this effect with a +1/+1 counter. Sorry, as a roll. That's what it was. It wasn't always a +1/+1. It was a roll. Yeah, that's what it was called. A roll token. It's been so long since. Whoa. So, and we've had it with 1 mana for just the 3 to the battlefield tapped. Seems decent. It depends. Its usefulness is going to depend on exactly how many 3 or fewer costing cards you have in your deck. The flying counter is nice. And I anticipate that, as with many sets recently with the power creep, the value that you get from a 3 mana creature is pretty good these days. So if there's something like an Inspiring Overseer, for example, in this, then this is going to be a very high pick. Once you pick up any of those, it's not going to be high pick on its own, I don't think, right? Like, you're not going to first pick this and be truly happy about it. It's probably going to be like an upper mid pick at the max. So, Case File Auditor, 3 mana, 1/4, enters the battlefield, and whenever you solve a case, look at the top 6 cards. There's a power 2 matters tribal. Interesting. White cares about small creatures. Pretty good. Yeah. So this looks to me to be about like a 4th or 5th maximum pick. Maybe 3 at the top end if there's nothing else in the back. I don't know. Case File Auditor. Okay. Solve a case. Look at the top 6 cards. You may reveal an enchantment card from among and put it in your hand. All right. So the cases are all enchantments. So this would be a build around, right? I don't know how frequently in the game you're going to solve a case, but it might just be a draw card, right? If you have enough cases in your deck. So it might just be worth it. You can spend mana as though or mana of any color to cast case spells. If you get enough of these, you could do a 5-color case deck. I want someone to do that very badly. This is not a high pick for me currently. But if you can build around, I think it'd be super fun. It's a lower mid pick or upper low end. Case of the Gateway Express. When this case enters the battlefield, choose target creature you don't control. Each creature you control deals 1 damage to that creature. Okay, so that's basically an enchantment version of like Sajiri. Kabira Takedown. But the creatures themselves are doing the damage. So if you happen to have any Death Touchers, this is better than Kabira Takedown. Although Kabira Takedown I think was instant speed, so I'm not actually sure whether it was instant speed. I think it was instant. 3 or more creatures attack this turn. Okay, so let's talk about cases. Ugh. You don't think there's enough cases or the synergy for there to be a cases desk? Interesting. Okay, well, we'll see. Okay, so let's talk about cases. Because this makes me angry. this makes me very angry. And if you've read my Twitter feed, you'll know why. We discussed it. If you read this English, not only does it imply that you can solve at any time, but it states solve at the beginning of your end step, which literally means automatically solve it at the beginning of your end step. On the face of the English. Now, so anybody reading this is completely lost. You actually have to know what the rules text for cases are in order to understand what cases do. So, in fact, what happens... Yeah, this is the worst reminder text I've ever seen. This is way worse than Haunt. So basically, what actually happens here is to solve is a weirdo thing, and then solve itself is also a weirdo thing. You cannot solve a case at any time. The implicature here is false. You can only solve at the beginning of your end step. That is when it will check whether the to solve condition is met. It will check both on triggering on the beginning of the end step and on resolution of that trigger. So if, for example, there's a red one that says if your hand is empty, this is the condition that's met. If an opponent can make you draw a card in between the time when it triggers and when the trigger resolves, then you will be out of luck for the solution. Now, once solved, it's never unsolved. So you keep getting this effect as long as the case is in play once it's solved. You don't solve it again, it doesn't become unsolved. So that's what's going on with these cases. This doesn't make any sense. It is worded horribly. No one who is reading this for the first time would interpret it correctly. It's just bad. Like, it's just wrong. And it makes me so angry because it's not hard to do correctly, in my opinion. But here we are. So these are the cases. They look interesting to me. They look like an interesting sort of new card format to have and mechanic to have. It's just worded so damn poorly that I think it's going to cause huge issues, A, for new players, and B, at the pre-releases for players even who aren't new, who are encountering these for the first time and don't know how they work. You're going to get into so many arguments. It's going to be so annoying. I'm sorry, Chichen. Yeah, you'll have to call a judge every time. And even some of those judges won't know because they're like, I don't know. Anyway. It is really irritating to me. And I don't understand why this just, yeah. You're going to have to be the judge, Unleash. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. But yeah, so this seems good if you have Death Touchers. It seems like a decent white removal spell overall if you have a lot of tokens or you go wide. The effect is pretty nice here. I don't think it's a really high pick. Kabira Takedown at least was a land when you needed it to be. This could be very bad. It doesn't do anything if you have no creatures in play, right? You're going to want to draw any card but this. And even if you have like one or so creatures in play and you're going to have to draw two more for this to do anything, it's not great. So like it's fine. It's just not great. If there's mass removal, it's going to be awful. If going wide is a really viable strategy, then maybe it'll be okay. Hey, Lord Crispin! Welcome, welcome. We are doing our limited first look set review, and I'm getting uppity about cases. Anyway, Case of the Pilfered Proof. Not a high pick. There's a lot of low... It's going to have a high ceiling and a really, really, really low floor. And so that, in limited, is a risk, and I don't usually like that happening. Is uppity one? It's my mechanic, yes. Case of the Pilfered Proof. So we have 2 mana. Whenever a detective enters the battlefield under your control, and whenever a detective you control is turned face up, put a +1/+1 counter on it. You can build around detectives, I'm sure. I don't know how many there are a total in the set. We see one right here. Control 3 or more detectives is to solve. That's a lot of detectives to have in battle, in play at one time. 1 more tokens will be created under control. This clue plus a clue token are created instead. That's sweet, but sorry, thanks, nobody. That's sweet, but again, like, we're gonna have to see exactly how many detectives there are. And to have 3 or more, 3 at the same time, even if like your deck has 8 detectives, it's hard to do, I think. But it's possible that the first part of it is worth it. I actually don't mind that. Even if you have a few, it might be okay. If you have the 8 that I'm talking about, it might be all right. But so far I'm not really excited about either of these cases. They require too much to go right. So I'll reserve judgment a little bit on those, but I'm not really happy with either of them yet. Defenestrated Phantom. A phantom that was thrown through a window. What? Before they died? I mean, is that how they died? Are these shards of window their murder weapon? What murdered them? Or was the fall what murdered what? I don't understand. Anyway. Never parlay near high windows. Flying Disguise 5. Okay, so here's this new thing, another mechanic. Everyone knows the best. I know, it's like, are you throwing them through the... Yeah. Yeet the ghost! As they say. They say awesome things. Okay, so let's talk about Disguise. So Disguise is the new morph. And I don't think they needed to do this. Here's why. Morph, so a 3 mana 2/2 in limited has been outclassed. We've got that. We know that. But it was never just a 3 mana 2/2. What it was is a guessing game for how good that 3 mana 2/2 would be later in the game. So which 3 mana 2/2 to deal with was always a question. They were always going to get more value later on. More for constructed was different to some degree. It did do stuff at the time, but what you can do to power morph up is make it into a 3 mana 3/3. We've got lots of those around, especially in green and white, and not usually black or blue, but we've seen it in red. So, but make it a 3/3 if you really want to. But I feel like making it a 2/2 with Ward 2 that is definitely going to get value later in the game, that's really rough. Because if you can't, like, Ward 2ing a 2/2, that means that most of the removal in limited is really awful against it. Because most of the removal in limited is really expensive. So you're not going to be able to remove the 2/2s before they get the value off of them, which can be game ending. Before you like you can have lost the game. Oh, they designed some removal to get around ward. That's good, but you can have lost the game on like turn 3 because they played a 3 that you can't deal with, a 2/2 that you cannot touch, for way too long, and you're just gonna try to outrun it. But as soon as they get to the like whatever disguise cost it is, you're just like, that's done. Like if Sagu Mahler was like, yeah, had ward 2, can you imagine? Like, ugh. Oh, half the removal in the set has can't be countered. Okay, we'll take a look at that. That's going to be interesting. I still don't think this was really necessary for that, but I mean, they are the designers. They know better than I do. I just feel like Morph could have been adjusted somehow, to be slightly different. Like just make a 3-mana 2/2, but make them really powerful when they unmorph. I don't know. I suppose you can't do that for standard, but for limited, you absolutely can. Yeah. Anyway, so we have a defenestrated Phantom here, which makes no sense, but okay. A 6-mana 4/3 flyer is definitely not worth it. The disguise might be, and again, the mystery of what, and clue, the mystery of the 2/2 and what it could be is always interesting to play with. I always love sets with morph. Just because they allow you the versatility of being able to play something on 3 or something later game for more value, or something on 3 and then get value later on with the disguise, the unmorphing mechanic. This does mean that you're going to have to indicate, if you play with morph cards and disguise cards in your whatever deck, you're going to have to indicate which is which as you play it, apparently. You're going to have to announce, this is being disguised, or this is a morph, right? So, playing this as a morph, or playing it for disguised, right? So that's interesting. This is currently not a high pick for me, based on what I've seen, obviously. Yeah, Cloak is updated. Yeah, I do know the things. So, Manifest is different from Morph. But yeah, Due Diligence, here we go. So 3 mana, target creature you control other than enchanted creature gets +2/+2 and gains... What? Oh, okay, so it's effectively 4 power. Huh. So the balancing act that they do with enchantments is really, really interesting. Because enchantments are asking for a 2-for-1 in limited, they have to be really, their effect has to be really strong for them to be at all playable. This one gives +2 to the creature it has and vigilance, and then gives another creature +2/+2 and vigilance as well. You can't give it to opponent's creature, notably, in case there's like a reprisal in this set. But this does require 2 creatures. It's only until end of turn, so it's a nice actually like a win con if they weren't expecting the +2. And it's a nice tempo play because of the vigilance, if you need this. But I'm not hugely into this because 3 mana for +2 on 1 creature, if you don't have a second creature, is not great. So again, it has a very low floor. The ceiling is okay, but I'm not excited about this because, again, auras have to be so good because of the 2-for-1 potential. That said, if you put it on one of these ward creatures, it's really hard to deal with. And so pump that sticks around is actually pretty good and going to be good in this set, because of this ward 2. Now again, we have to go look at the removal spells that are gonna have can't be countered, right? Do auras stick when you flip creatures? It depends on how you're flipping them. Are they getting exiled and then coming back into play, or are they the same card? Like werewolves. Because it will stick if it's morph, because it's the same card. It should stick with the disguise and morph, because it's the same card. It hasn't left the battlefield. So, yeah. So this is a fine card. It's probably playable. It's really low on the pick order for me currently, because again, the 2-for-1 is such a blowout. And if you don't have 2 creatures in play, you lose a lot of the value of this card. But again, sometimes early game, putting it on a 2/2, making a 4, so putting this on 3 and this on 4, and making a 4/4 vigilant creature might just be enough to get there. It depends. Especially since you can then disguise it later to be flying and do 6 damage. Maybe. So, disguise is like morph. Doesn't use the stack. You cannot respond to things being flipped up from morph or disguise. They are faster than lightning. Bolt. Sorry. Anyway. So Essence of Antiquity, 5-minute butt. That's thick. Creatures you control gain hexproof until end of turn, untap them. I like this card. It's very defensive, but it can change the tempo of a game. It can be used, it can it can be used to change the tempo of a game, right? If opponent is hoping to just race you, this is definitely not the card to race. Hydrating, thank you. Essence of Big Fat Booty, yes. BFB. Megamorph, just a mega disguise. Exactly. Like, what the heck? I don't know. This is a mess. Yeah, if you're on high alert or like assault formation or whatever it is that also does the like science damage equal to toughness, there you go. So you have this. So disguise, 2 and a white. So it has a lot of versatility. I do like that. This has disguise and it's relatively cheap. It's got like a village bell ringer on it, in the form of the disguise, but it's also a 1/10 rather than 1/4. I think this is a decent card. I think it's okay in the aggressive decks because you can play it on 3 as a ward 2. 2/2, but you can also get the value later on that race. I think it's probably a middle of the mid picks, but I think it's playable. Definitely. 4 unfamiliar kitty. All right, so 1 mana 1/1 with disguise, but cheap disguise. And it looks like it's gnawing on chicken, but that doesn't look like white meat. When it's turn face up, return another target permanent you control to its owner's hand and put a +1/+1 counter on it. Interesting. So it makes it a 2/2 and you can save a creature from something. Yeah, I like it. I think this is a mid pick. Could be like approximately the same level as this. Good card. Just eh. Oh, it's the Crovat haunch. Yeah, it does look like that. Yeah. There we go. Nom 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 nom. Kitty nom. All right. So these are roughly middle picks. There's nothing that I've been really super excited to like first pick from the uncommons and commons so far. Of the cards that we've seen, These two are of the best I've seen so far. I mean, yeah. Did you have discuss? No, you didn't. Griff Knot Tracker. All right. When enters the battlefield, X up to 2 cards from a single graveyard. I don't know what kinds of graveyard synergies are in this. We're gonna have to see. That may make this go up in our estimation. A 3/2 flyer for 4 is meh, but it is a detective, and we have seen detective synergies. So I'm assuming that this is gonna be an upper low pick at the max. So we'll see about that. So, oh yeah, collect evidence is a mechanic in which you basically delve. So you can remove cards in your graveyard with mana costs equal to something, some number, in order to get an ability from something. So removing cards from the graveyard isn't a bad idea against certain decks. So that will make this go up there. In best of one, it's going to be more difficult to justify this just because sometimes you're not going to, it's not going to be good enough there, but it does have a detective. Hey Vinny, how you doing? But it does have the detective type, so we'll see whether that's gonna make it up, but it's never gonna go, I don't think this is gonna be an upper anything but beyond an upper low end pick. So Hazda Vigilante, 4/4 for 5. Meh stats, but let's see. Enters the battlefield or attack, but a +1 was on counter on a target creature you control with power 2 or less. You must, it can't just not a creature. Has to be power 2 or less. That's situational in a way that I don't, oh, but or attacks. Interesting. But once you put it on 1, it's gonna be a little bit, okay, so this could be decent. It could be more like we want, like it could be an upper low end just like this, that you get one of those and you're super happy to have one of them late. I think you're gonna be happy with one of those as like the 20th card, 21st. I don't think it's the last card, but it might be. It boosts your disguised creatures, exactly. So that is nice, but you have to have something in play for it to be decent, to really get the value out of the 5 mana. Because when you think about this, this is often going to be sort of the top end in your aggressive white deck that looks like people are usually building here. And so you got to get the value out of that. And I'm not sure that this is, you know, I think this is still a low pick. It might be upper low, but it's still low. I don't think it makes it to mid. Inside Source, 3 mana with 1/1. Oh, but it also creates a 2/2 white and blue detective. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, I love 2 bodies for 3 mana in limited. I always like that. This also produces an actual detective. And it's can pump that detective. That's nice. Okay, so I like this card. It's not the usual ways we see it. We usually see the 2/2 that produces a 1/1. In this case, we see the 1/1 that produces a 2/2. Which is going to be interesting. This is at the mana slot that the disguise cards are at, which is worth remembering. So it's worth remembering that you're gonna have to decide between playing a disguise card or playing this, and I guess that's gonna depend on how many detective synergies you actually end up having. This is also a 1/1 that can be pumped by this. It's fine. You can blink this to get more value out of it. I don't know if we've seen a lot of blinks, but we have seen a reset button here with the, return it to owner's hand. So we'll see how that goes. Karlov Watchdog. So I think this is probably going to be a lower end mid or middle end mid pick, because it's actually quite good to have the 2 bodies and to also have the detective. But that may go down in estimation once I see exactly how good the detective synergies are. We've had one case with the detective synergies. So if you get like a lot of these, this is gonna go up, obviously. And this is a detective here, so all right. Watchdog 3/2 vigilance, permanence your opponent's control, can't be turned face up during your turn. Well, it's nice not to be surprised by the disguise stuff. Good boy's gonna make it so that they can't to surprise you. It's gonna bark. Whenever you attack with 3 or more creatures you control get +1/+1 until end turn. Yeah, we're seeing this go wide stuff, and I like the inside source with the go wide stuff. I do like this card. I think this is a higher pick. I think it's a mid and could maybe get to upper mid. I think. It seems pretty good. 3/2 vigilance isn't great stats for 4 at all because the 2 just trades with everything. But I think in a deck that goes wide, it's a fine method at 4 because you're not going to really want to play it at 3 because you want to be able to attack with 3 creatures. So you're going to be able to like curve out 1, 2, 3 and then play this and then get the +1/+1 effect. So it seems okay, but like I think the stats like make it into a sort of, yeah, this is going to be a mid pick, max upper mid. Good boy. All right. Krovod Haunch. Here we have food equipment. The stats for butts are low in the set. I beg to differ. Anyway. But yeah, because of morph. Understood. So the Krovod Haunch here, equipped creature gets +2/+0. Equip 2. So not as good as Bone Splitter, but has other abilities, so maybe better in certain circumstances. So 2 sacrifice and gain 3 life. When it's put into the battlefield, you can do graveyard. You can do 2 mana, create 2 1/1 white dog creature tokens, but you have to have the mana up exactly at that point. So 4 mana, create 2 1/1 white dog creature tokens and gain 3 life. That's not bad, especially going wide in some of this. So the versatility on this makes me like this a lot. I don't know how much artifact removal there is, but it seems good. The flavor doesn't quite make it for me though. So you sacrifice this and you get 2 dogs out of this piece of meat? Like, that's weird. I don't understand that. Like, you can throw it to 2 dogs, but like, I don't think you make 2 dogs out of this little haunch here. That's weird. Okay, anyway. So you throw it on the ground and the dogs come running? Yeah, maybe. That's how it goes. The puppies want it. All right, makeshift binding enters the battlefield, exile target creature and opponent. Okay, so it's an O-ring, but not for permanents, just for creatures. Gaining 2 life, but it doesn't arrest. Okay, but it exiles, doesn't. Okay, it doesn't arrest, it exiles. Yeah, I mean, this is fine white removal. How it'll be interesting to see how many enchantment removal pieces that we see in this set. For how good this is. I'm always scared of these in limited just because if they have enchantment removal, they can do it at instant speed often, and suddenly there's a creature on the board that you really weren't hoping wasn't going to be back on the board. So we have to see. Oh, destroy target artifact, enchantment, or creature with power 4 or greater. All right. This existing at common and being so versatile, meaning you can get rid of something big, or you can also just kill either an artifact or enchantment. You're gonna run this sometimes as removal anyway, like a one of. And so the fact that it can also remove the makeshift binding is a little rough at common. So that makes this worse. It's still fine. It's still removal. You're still gonna take it pretty highly. It's still gonna be a middle pick, but meh. Don't like seeing this with that. All right. Market Watch Phantom. I mean, obviously we see this, like, and I just explained this situation for this. If you're thinking only one step ahead, you're already falling behind. You're falling way behind AI, which is thinking like 32 moves ahead. All right, I'm getting candy so I can keep going. Let me see. BRB. Alexa, turn on kitchen. Alexa, turn off kitchen. Okay. There are 35 enchantments, some of them really... Oh yeah, the cases are also enchantments. Yeah, they're gonna be running Make Your Move. I mean, that makes the makeshift binding a lot worse. Because remember, some of the really worst things you can do are like attack into somebody, you know, being like, oh, I suddenly have my 6/6 back. That's uncomfortable, but you're still gonna run it, I think. Because it's what you got. All right. Market Watch Phantom. Okay, the gaining flying, like the fox, in Throne, etc., can be good. It's also a detective, so that's actually interesting. It's a bear. It trades with morphs. I think this is a decent card. I mean, it's still, I think the maximum it's still gonna be is lower mid. I would probably take it low, but that depends on exactly what you need. It's just functional. All right. Museum Night Watch. So there's a disguise. When it dies, oh, that's 4 okay. Makes another detective. Interesting. Yeah, hero. You activated my trap card with this thing. Ugh. Interesting. So you effectively get a 5/4 for 4. Bruja, welcome! Welcome, welcome, welcome! Welcome, Raiders. We're doing the limited first look, which means we're looking at the commons and uncommons and looking through them and seeing where we pick them in the pick order as far as we just on first glance. Hey, hey, hey! So, unless this is flipped, it's not going to get the dies trigger. So once you disguise, like if you unmorph it, right? The disguise cost, right? Then you'll get the trigger. So you'd have to pay the 2. So it's not actually 5/4 for 4. It's 5/4 for 6, which is very different. And it doesn't have a relevant creature type. But it does, if you do disguise it, it does give you a relevant creature type when it dies. I think this is a low pick, but it may go up in my estimation later, but I think this is a very low pick. Yeah. Neighborhood Guardian, 2-mana unicorn! It's a unicorn! Unicorn. So this is cute. It's fluffy. Wait. Why is this leg so much bigger than that leg? It's 4 mana as a casting cost plus 2 mana for the disguise. Oh, you mean 3 mana and 2? Yes, 5 total. Yeah. This, for the once you do the 3 here, yeah. So it's 5 mana for a 5/4. on the in 2 bodies if it dies. I just don't think that's really that great here. A rare and beloved exception to the agency's no one is above submission rule. Nice. But yeah, whenever another creature with power 2 or less enters the battlefield and you control, target creature you control gets +1 someone with an enter. It's a great bear. It's a great bear. It's a bear with upside. It's fine. Doesn't, as far as we know, have a relevant type. It's not a detective unicorn, sadly, because I think that would be awesome. But it's just a good card. I'm assuming there are a lot of power 2s, including the disguises as part of that. But 2 or less means like this triggers it, the kitty triggers it, the inside source triggers it, and actually the inside source triggers it twice. I think this card is great. I think it's actually going to be quite good. I think it is a mid pick. Shall have the rules text if this can't be suspected. Yeah. That would be great. Okay. So yeah, I think this is a mid pick. It's going to be a high pick later on once you've crafted your deck entirely, but I think it's a mid pick. I think it's good. Not on my watch. Exile target attacking creature. That's a good card normally, but since everything has ward, you're going to have to pay 4 usually, which means that it's kind of like a divine verdict in essence. But it doesn't do blocking either, so it's a good card. Like, as long as they don't have ward, it's going to be great. So like, it's going to be an upper mid, sometimes lower high pick in white, just because you're going to need the removal. Unfortunately, white wants to go high, wide and fast. So if they're attacking, oftentimes that means you're doing something wrong. You're not winning. So this isn't really, this is more of a control card than, because it's attacking, than anything. And so it doesn't synergize with what I've seen of the white yet, but it is removal. So you're probably still going to need it. Again, if there's better options, you're going to want those if you're doing the white aggro deck. Novice Inspector. It's a detective Thraben Inspector. So this is good. It has the relevant creature type, and it has all the things of Thraben Inspector, which is just really good. Yeah, it's a good card. It's going to be probably a lower... In limited, it's less important to have the early drops like that. It's power 2 or less as a detective. I think it's probably going to be a lower mid-pick maximum, probably an upper low, but it's still a good card. Like, it's still worth running. How many of them depends on the rest of your deck, but I don't think it's ever going to go above a low mid-pick. On the job. Creatures you're going to... Okay, so this is charge plus investigate. Charge is always useful in the go wide decks that are small, especially those that produce multiple bodies like this. This card is going to be much better. Still, everything I'm seeing means that this card is very, very good. But yeah, this is a charge, plus the investigate. The thing about charges, though, is that investigating isn't actually a really good thing with this, because these are meant to be played when you're essentially winning the game. So the investigate is not giving you any value if you're already winning the game on this. So you would have preferred it do anything else, like give +2/+2, or make something not able to block, or anything, right? It's almost like it wants to be used as a defensive card. It's like you almost want to do it on the defense and then block and then use your investigate to draw, and it's kind of weird. So it has a weird place in this. know if there's something that gives your creatures plus X, where X is the number of clues you have, or when an artifact enters the battlefield, you do Y, right? Like, it might have more functionality than I think it does right now, but in a go wide white deck, you're still gonna want this card. You're not gonna necessarily want more than 2 ever, and usually just 1, because again, you want to draw it when you can finish out the game with it. It does give you a little bit more reach, where if you can't finish out the game exactly there, at least it gives you some way to draw into more things to do. But it suffers from the same issue of, if you don't have creatures in play or enough creatures to really get through, it's a dead card. You can make an investigate token, but like that a clue, but like meh. For 4 mana, it does not, and then 2 more to sacrifice, meh. So, again, usually 1 is going to be correct. 2 might be if you really have a really good go wide deck and you know you're going to be curving out into it every time. But again, that investigate is a little curious for the nature of the card. Perimeter Enforcer, 2 mana, 1/1 flying lifelink. Okay. And it's a detective. Okay, whenever another detective enters the battlefield you control, and whenever a detective you control is turned face up, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. So it becomes a 2/2. And if you can do those conditions more than once, then it can be bigger, better, faster, stronger. How many detectives turning face up have we had so far? We had this, not turned face up. This makes a token, not turned face up. This doesn't turn face up. So nothing so far actually triggers the detective turning face up. The detectives aren't the disguised ones usually. Okay. I mean, enters the battlefield is enough. Like if you're playing, you know, this is one entering the battlefield. The ones are entering the battlefield, that's fine. It still might be good enough for this. Having just had a set with a 1 mana flying lifelinker for that, that had also upside, it's a little underwhelming, but because it's a detective and because there are those synergies here, I mean, the more you get of these, perhaps the better, but we'll see. I'm not that impressed with it yet. I think it's a mid pick, but I could change my estimation as we go on. Sanctuary Wall. That's really pretty art. 0/4 defender, tap target creature. You can put a stun counter on it. If you do put a stun counter on this, I see. So you can potentially tap something down for 2 turns. Neat. It also stops the early aggression from some of the decks. So, but usually the white deck is the one that's stopping is the early aggressor. So this is kind of a weird inclusion. I mean, we had an 0/3 wall, that paid 3 to tapped to tap something, in Dominaria United. You didn't have the option, obviously, to put a stun counter on the thing. It wasn't good enough unless you were in the wall deck and just needed another wall. I really don't know that this belongs in an aggro white deck at all. Tapping something down is nice, but so it can't block, but you're gonna want to play a 2-drop like this, for example, or the other 2-drops that we've seen, Phantom, instead of this. So it might be that this is like there's a controlling deck somewhere that this wants to be in, but it doesn't want to be in the aggro deck, I don't think. It just doesn't synergize with it well. All right. Anyway, I think this is a low pick for me currently based on what the white wants to do. So I haven't seen any commons that are really defensive. Like even this, it has its Village Bellringer thing where it can race. It can start as a 2/2, turn face up, and change the whole entire race by untapping everything. And then blocking while they can't get, and keeping the, you know, the flyers going. So I just don't like this in that deck. So it'd be a low pick for me currently. It's uncommon, so there's probably a use for it. We'll just see what that is. Seasoned Consultant. When you attack with 3 or more creatures, it gets +2/+0 until end of turn. But it is a detective. Okay. I'm losing my earbuds. Okay. Go with the other one now. This is the, like, attack with 3 or more creatures, like, that reminds me of the Ravnica one. I don't remember what it was called. The Boros, mechanic where you attacked with X more, you got triggers. It is a 1/3. It can get pumped by various things that we've seen. It does block the early bears. It's still a really low pick for me compared to even the other human detectives, right? Like this one and this one, the spirit detective here. I don't like it that much. I could be surprised by like a bunch of them coming at me at some point, but I don't think it does really what we want to do necessarily. Because attacking with 3 or more creatures gets rough if they have any removal. So wrench. Okay, equipped creature gets plus. It's a clue equipment. We've had a food equipment and now we have a clue equipment. Oh, weird. Okay. Sacrifice wrench, draw a card. +1/+1 and has vigilance and 3 tap target. This is a good card. This is a good card. I like this. This I actually like. It has the aggression that we really want with the +1/+1 and vigilance that we can keep, you know, equipping to something. It's not a great return on investment for the +1/+1 and vigilance for equip 2. But the addition of being able to tap something down is really nice, and being able to draw into something when we really need to is good. So I actually like this one. I think it's probably a mid pick, middle of the mid, sometimes upper mid. It depends. I like that it replaces itself if you need to. And we do need to pump stuff in this white because it's all small. And tapping something down to just get through for the final points of damage is quite nice. Because actually you can move this. This is like, so here's the thing. In a board stall, this can be like the Leonin Bola or whatever it was, where it's not as good as Bola. Bola was crazy. But the 3 and tap. So if you can pay 3 and tap, you could cycle it along your creatures in order to get in for the final points of damage. It's interesting. It'll be a lot of mana though, but if you do flood out, that's something we do, so could do. Okay. Or you can draw a card and see if you can find something better to do. But I kind of like this card. It's fine. All right, Agency Outfitter. It's a detective. It's got a mustache. Stash Lord. Oh my god. And it's got a deer hunter. Sorry. Oh man. Deer stalker, that's what it's called, not deer hunter. Okay, sorry. Oh my god. Okay, it's a sphinx with a stash. All right. Okay, so I can't. Oh, my face hurts from smiling. Okay. I need to eat something here. Okay. Sphinx dash, yes. It's a 6 mana 4/3, not good return on investment there, but let's look at what it does. 4/3 flyer, that like this will good, not good ROI, especially for blue. But let's take a look at this. Oh, it's one of those fetch up cards. Okay. So how good this is gonna be are how many magnifying glasses and thinking caps you have access to. And whether they're any good. So chances are people won't take this unless they already have these things. So chances are you may actually be able to do some things with that. As I recall, magnifying glass isn't very good. But I don't know about thinking cap. But it puts it right onto the battlefield. That's interesting. Huh. It doesn't put them in your hand. So it's not like drawing to, it's actually putting them into battlefield. Magnifying glass is not good. Was not good in limited last time I played. That was like Eldritch Moon block, right? That was like Shadows over Innistrad, Eldritch Moon. Was magnifying glass, I believe. It's still value if you have both. But I still think it's probably not worth it highly. So this is probably like an upper low pick. If you happen to have these, I don't know. We'll see. Like I might revise it, but meh. Okay. It's flavorful. It's very flavorful. I'll give it that. And the stash makes me want to play it. Not gonna lie. All right. Behind the Mask. As an additional cost to cast a spell, you may collect evidence 6. So this is the mechanic we were talking about where you exile cards like Delve to get as effect, right? So if you have cards with total mounting value 6 or greater to do, you can do this. If you don't, you can't do it. You can't like do partial or anything like that. And nobody can take cards out of your graveyard in response because this is an additional cost, okay? So, don't let everybody pause, right? And be like, I removed 2 cards from your graveyard in instant speed. This is as long as you declare this spell on the stack, right? Just declare it. They can't take cards out of your graveyard to stop you from collecting the evidence. That's part of the cost to cast. Okay? So keep that in mind in pre-release. If you go, I'm going to go behind the Mask, right? And they go, oh, I'm going to, remove your graveyard in response. They can't. It's part of the cost to cast. You have to announce the spell, play the costs, right? Then they can respond. So, until end of turn, target artifact or creature art below 4/3 again. If evidence was collected, it has base power and toughness at 1/1 until end of turn instead. What? Oh, I see. Okay, so you can so it gives you the option of having essentially a removal combat trick or a pump your creature combat trick, which can either also be removal or damage. Collect evidence 6 is possibly a lot. I don't know how much mill or graveyard, how well you fill your graveyard in these, but it's going to be interesting. Fascinating. It's an interesting artwork too. It's well done. So reminds me of a Doctor Who episode, which I am watching, by the way. I'm finally, getting around to watching Doctor Who. Past the Eccleston. But yeah, the mechanical with the anyway. I have so many thoughts on Doctor Who though. I have so many thoughts. But yeah, we'll save those for later. So yeah, it's an interesting spell. I think it's going to be about like these are normally. So, well, I've watched the episodes. I had a guided watching in which I've watched the episodes that are recommended to me that I really just have to see in order to understand stuffs. Javara, I did get the package. If you're looking for feedback, let me know. Thank you so much for sending it along. So, I don't know whether I don't know whether I skipped that one or saw it yet. But so I watched all of the episodes that I was supposed to of I watched all of Eccleston, I think. No, all of the episodes that I was supposed to of Eccleston, and then all of the episodes that I was supposed to of help. I can see his face, but I can't tell you. Too tired. Help. How am I blank? Tenet. Thank you. Thank you, brain. No one actually said it, but Tenet. Except for the final episodes, which I was told were going to make me really sad. So I haven't watched like the final 3 episodes. I was told they were going to make me really sad. I wasn't up for it at the time. So we moved right on to Matt Smith. And I've watched the first 2 episodes of that. So we'll be watching more as it goes on. So, benthic criminologists. So this is going to be versatile enough that it might see some play. I don't think it's a high pick at all. I think it's probably lower. Benthic criminologists, 5 mana 4/5. Sometimes that's decent stats in sets. I've seen that before. But the one that had it before was like had Ward 2 that was really, or Ward 3, the Rhyme Giant or whatever it was from Kaldheim. It's sort of blue removal. It depends. The Collect Evidence 6, I don't know exactly how much finagling that's gonna have to have. The 1 mana makes it a 4/3 is interesting, especially against the morphs in this set, because it doesn't have to target the morph at all, so it gets around the ward by making one of your creatures big enough. But I can see being blown out because it's only 1 more power than the morph. 1 more toughness than the morph has power. So I don't know. The question is how many of the morphs once they're not morphs, the disguised, once they're undisguised, right? Once they're flipped, how many does that kill at 4 power? So that's going to determine how good this card is, I think. Because you're okay trading with a morph sometimes with your 2/2 or your 1/3, right? Like this thing here, right? Up here. But you have to guarantee that it's going to trade at the 4, basically. So we'd have to check. All right, but criminologist, let's see. It doesn't have ward. Enters battlefield attack, you may sacrifice an artifact if you do draw a card. Okay, so that makes the clue tokens that aren't doing much or you don't really want to pay for a little bit better.
Hello there.
Doom God, thank you so much for the Prime subscription. Hypes to you. Thank you so much for your support of the stream. Love you. Okay. So yeah, so this is going to be an interesting one. It's always going to be a low pick, but the question is how much it goes up if you have like useless artifacts sitting around, or you don't want to pay the 2 to sacrifice a clue because you can automatically just do that there, or how many artifact tokens we randomly are going to get other than the clue tokens. So and the food tokens like this, which we really don't want to sacrifice to this. Bubbles, my bubbles. Okay, love it. So this is 2/1 already for 2, which is going to be good in a format with morphs because they're going to pay 3 for that instead of yours. Or you can make it a 2/2 anyway. When it's turned face up, put 4 +1/+1 counters on it. That gives you a lot of versatility with this one. I really like this card. It's 3 times versatile, basically. You can make a 2/1 for 2, which is, again, in this format, pretty good, right? Or you can make a 2 to for 3 with Ward, which is already nice as well. It's just going to give you some measure of, utility at 3. To have just one more toughness at 3, you can maybe make that, turn that into something. But then also making it go up for 6, right? If you can do the 4 counters on it, that's actually going to be an actual threat. So it's good late game as well. So I think it's a fun card. I don't think it's a high pick by any stretch of the imagination. It's still going to be the like maximum lower mid, but I think it's probably a low pick. But it's still exciting to me because it has so much, usefulness. So I like this card. I think it's gonna be definitely playable. I'm gonna get killed by one of those too. Absolutely. You're gonna be like, okay, I'm playing against blue, and I have to make sure that if I don't block a morph, I have 6 life left. More, so 7. It's like playing against red lava axe, only it's bigger. I am probably going to get, killed by bubbles. But can I get upset is the question. If I'm killed by bubbles, an octopus fish, if I'm killed by bubbles, my bubbles, can I get upset? I don't know. I legit don't think I can get upset. It's cute. Anyway, burden of proof. A flash aura, +2/+2 as long as it's a detective you control. Otherwise, it has base power and toughness 1/1. Oh, that's removal. I like this. This is really good. This is really good. It's versatile in that you can pump something that you need to, or you can do a removal spell. I love this card. I think this is actually an upper mid. It could even be a lower high pick. I like this. Can't block detectives, yeah. So I like this a lot. That's a good card. That's a high pick. That's a really good piece of removal in blue, and also a really good pump in blue if it needs to be. At flash speed is really nice. Okay, I like this. Okay, that one's a really good card. That's the first one I've been like super excited about for a while. All right, candlestick, clue equipment again. Oh, wait! The candlestick in the library. The wrench! The wrench! Okay, I see what they're doing here. I see what they're doing here. Oh my god, I'm so excited. Wait, the gun's not there? Yeah, but Ariana's brain went click. Oh man, I need more water. That's good. I just wish we had Yes, it does. There were guns in New Capenna in the Commander, right? We saw that in the oh wait, it was in Alchemy. Like yeah, they did guns. So that's not an excuse. I don't know why and a whole cowboy set coming, yeah. Why didn't they do the gun I want? Maybe they just ran out of like space for an artifact or something like that. Oh, that's really pretty artwork. I really like that artwork. I'll get back to that in a second. So, okay, I just have to get more water, sorry. Saved guns for cowboys. All right, be right back. Yeah, Warhammer has guns. Yeah. Alexa, turn on kitchen. Also use the restroom so I won't have to get up again for a while. Okay. Candlestick. Finally, okay. Creature has +1/+1 and has whenever this creature attacks, Surveil 2. That's good. Okay, yeah, I like this one too. It's still on the same level as the other one. I think the Surveil 2 is very valuable and limited. Surveil 2 is especially valuable in this particular archetype with the blue because we do have the collect evidence. So you're gonna actually perhaps Surveil 2 and put some higher casting cost cards in your graveyard when they're gonna be less relevant to you early game, and then use them to collect evidence. So this is actually going to enable a lot of the things that you really want to do. So I was wondering if they had like mill or surveil, and yes, they do. Okay. my sweater was like riding into my pants. That's awesome. All right. So yeah, I like this card. I think it's going to be an upper mid pick. Case of the Filched Falcon. The Maltese Falcon? Do you say? Investigate. Okay, for 1. Doesn't create a crab token as well, though, sadly. Alright. So, control 3 or more artifacts. Check at the end of the turn. If you control 3 or more artifacts, it will become solved. And then you can pay this and sacrifice this case. But you have to have non-creature artifacts, including, so, investigating, etc. Could be the candlestick, could be investigating. This seems pretty good. I think this is a lot... See, that's the thing. I think this is actually pretty good, even compared to the other ones, because it's harder for this to have a low floor. Because things like this could be sticking around, or the investigate tokens could be sticking around. And you make... A lot of them make tokens, it looks like. The investigating here. This puts 2 artifacts into play, but that's late. That's not really what we want. But we're going to have, like, wrench and stuff if we're running the white. I think it's got a higher floor than these. So I'm actually more excited about this case than those. So, no. This will still only ever give +1/+1. It will only have, the only relevance that it will have for 4 +1/+1 counters are if it's a creature. If it's going to become a creature, you can't equip it to something. So the only relevance the counters will have is if it's a creature. If it somehow no longer becomes a creature, it will still have 4 +1/+1 counters on it, but they won't mean anything. So, if somebody turns it back into an artifact for whatever reasons, right? Back into only an artifact. So, and that works with anything, basically. So... If you have anything that can turn into a creature, right? And you put +1/+1 counters on it as a creature, then if it's turned not into a creature, it will still have those +1/+1 counters, but they won't matter because it doesn't have power, toughness, it's not doing anything like that. You can move those counters onto something else, cool, but like, yeah. Anyway, so that's how that works. Cold Case Cracker. So I like this. I think it's this one's actually a... 1 mana investigate. That's actually not bad. I think this is probably a mid pick. Cold Case Cracker, 3/3 flyer for 4. So it's a monster. The illusion one from Revised, etc. Phantom monster. But it also investigates when it dies. That's fine. And it's a detective. I like it. And I like the art. Bonus. Look at that. Wayne Wu did amazing. It's a rare privilege to investigate one's own death. Props. All right. So this one's a probably an upper low pick. Max low mid. Good luck, Ji-Chin. That's awesome. So Strickler, what will happen is if it's solved on end step, it will say solved. Nothing can unsolve it. But you should know that it checks twice. So at the beginning of your end step, it will check whether it's solved. The check the condition of to solve. So at the beginning of your end step, a trigger will go on saying, do you control 3 or more artifacts? Your opponent has a chance to respond to that and destroy one of your 3 artifacts, for example. If they do, the trigger will the thing will check on resolution of that trigger, and it'll see that you only have 2, and it won't be solved. Okay. If they don't respond to that trigger, of trigger going on the stack of checking the to solve condition, if they don't respond to that, and you control 3 or more artifacts, it resolves. You check the 3 more. It's got 3 or more artifacts, and it will just be solved. If they then kill an artifact later, it doesn't matter. Once a case is solved, it stays solved. And until the case is destroyed, this will happen. Does that make sense? I hate the way cases are worded. So annoying. So yeah, sorry. If you pay the 3 once it's solved, so say it's solved, right? If you pay the 3, in this case, you get to sacrifice the case, pay this cost, and then you get this effect. This will be in the graveyard. But looking at another case up here, this is just going to always be the case. Haha. Sorry. Once you solve, right, you're always going to have this ability on this, this triggered ability on this enchantment, right? If 1 or more tokens would be created, blah, blah, blah. Right. Yeah, no cases will be unsolved once they're solved. They're just solved. That's it. Unless you like take them off the battlefield and put it back into the battlefield, in which case it's a new entity and it'll come back as the top thing, right? But you can't like target a case and unsolve it. It doesn't work. You can blow them up with this. But yeah. Okay, where were we? Oh yeah. Crime Stopper Sprite. Fairy Detective. It's a detective. 3 mana 2/2 flyer, so it's a Windrake, but it has other stuff. I mean, a 2/2 flyer seems decent, especially with a relevant creature type, so that's sweet. You also have the option to collect evidence 6 to stun counter something, because you're gonna tap something anyway, so it means that you might be able to get in for some damage, and then also later in the game you might be able to stop somebody from racing you with a big creature. I like this card. I think it's good. I think this is a mid pick. Might even be upper mid. I like that card. That seems very good for what we're going for, especially because, you know, it's got ways to, we got equipment to pump it with. We have detective synergies. It's power 2 or less for a lot of this. I think 'tis good. So yeah, mid or upper mid, actually. It is a Windrake otherwise, but it's got such upside of the tapping creatures and also putting stun counter potential for a late game. Curious Inquiry. Again, I love that art. Plus +1 and has... Okay. So they wanted to do Curiosity, but for investigation. Okay, so it's Curiosity, but instead of drawing a card, you investigate. Which is not as strong, obviously. But it does give the +1/+1. So it's like Curious Obsession that way. Which was very, very good. Had the downside of if you didn't attack during the turn, it fell off. So, but you are now getting investigating rather than drawing a card, which with the blue and getting lots of artifacts might be still good enough. It is still asking for a 2-for-1, so again, you have to be a little careful. But early game, it might be good enough. There's enough like it makes the Crime Stopper sprite better, definitely. We need to find more small flyers for it to be really good. Hold on, I'm just gonna look really quickly for... Small flyers, come on, where are the small flyers? In blue, where... Well, there's this too, can't be blocked with power 3 or greater, but that doesn't make sense because there's gonna be morph and everything's gonna block it. Yeah, but I was hoping in blue to have more. Like, yeah, this card's good, but it's uncommon, and we've just got the 2/2 at the lowest. Where's our, like, 1/2 flyer for 1 in blue, or, like, 1/1 flyer for 1 in blue? That's what I was hoping to see with this card. That takes slightly down in my estimation. There's a Merfolk flyer. Oh, this one! There it is. Okay. I don't know how I missed that. Thanks, chat. Yeah, okay, but still uncommon. Okay. Okay. Makes it a little better, but it's still an uncommon. Okay. So, it's not... Okay, it's still good. This is still gonna be fine. It's not Curiosity, and it's not Curious Obsession. So, I'm not going to take it that highly. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Like, it's definitely playable. It's not on the level of Curious Obsession, which you would take, like, super highly. It was like a low-high pick. And this, I think, is a mid pick, maximum. All right, Deduce. 2 mana, draw a card, investigate. Do we have any, I mean, obviously it cantrips, which is nice because we also want to be able to collect evidence, but it's still 2 mana, draw 1 card, investigate. Which I would rather a Surveil card in this for the collecting evidence. Do we have any, like, payoffs for just playing instants and sorceries? Is there prowess in this or anything like that? Because I think that would make this card better. It's still okay. You draw one card. This puts a, you know, something for the case to do. I just don't think that's that good. Meh. All right. I think this is a low pick for me. It's still playable. It's just not high. Dramatic Accusation. 3 mana. Oh, this is the Tristani thing. I think I heard one thing about this, which is that Tristani was accused or something. Of doing what? I don't know. But there we are. Enters the battlefield, tap enchanted creature. Doesn't untap. Shuffle enchanted. Whoa. Ooh, I like that. So usually this effect, these two, usually this effect costs 4. So this is already an improvement over that. Not only that, but you actually get to get it off the field if you really need to. I like this. Especially because I was really worried about blue's enchantment-based removal because of this card at common. So the fact that you can shuffle it if they try to destroy this aura is nice. Okay, yeah. This is gonna be a lower mid pick in blue, I think. It's decent as an effect. I like it. Okay, eliminate the impossible. And it doesn't suffer from exactly the same blowout potential as this, because if they destroy this, they not only get the ETB on the creature again, but they also might be able to do it at you know, here this is instant. They might be able to block and blow you out there. It's just, it's gross. Or have a creature to attack with that you didn't know was going to be able to attack that turn. This is a big risk, much bigger than this, because the creature's still tapped when this is destroyed. So they might get at EOT, they might still have an attacker that that you didn't expect, but it's also if they destroy it at EOT and then untap, but it's not likely to block well. So I do like this. Yeah, bounce it and arrest another creature if you can. Yes. Yeah. So the 2 mana here, shuffle enchanted creature. So I like this card. I like it, like I said, I like it a lot better than I like this card, given that this is actually playable. Okay. And given how much removal is enchantment based and how many artifacts and enchantments we have in this set. So, and the versatility of this card. Like, this is going to be a really high pick for me. Oddly. Like, it's going to be like a middle mid pick, maybe upper mid, given what I'm seeing. I don't know that I would want more than 2. Maybe I will. It'll be interesting. Because although the power level is pretty low on the creatures so far, the pump means that they may be 4 or greater at some point. And since you can do it at instant speed, once they unmorph, rather, or undisguise, or whatever it is, it's weird because disguise, right? Pay it for its disguise cost. The disguise should be actually putting it face down. It shouldn't be the unmorph. Like, it's the flip up, right? Then you're removing your disguise. The flavor doesn't really work for me for that. But anyway, someone explain it in a way that makes sense. But at least you once they've flipped it up, it might be 4 power and you can respond on some of those. Okay, eliminate the impossible. And whatever remains, however improbable. Sorry. Investigate. Creatures your opponents control get -2/-0 until end of turn. If any of them are suspected, they're no longer suspected. So no more menace, and they can block. Again, that could be a double-edged sword, but this seems like it's going to be really important. Well, I guess this is the nod to Sherlock, right? I think they've put a lot of nods to famous detectives in. If Twitter is correct. So investigate. I think I like this because there's so many aggressive things. The -2/-0 is actually going to be really important. And 2 mana for that effect plus an investigate, not so bad. No longer suspecting might mean that you can start lining up your blocks as you need to in the more controlling blue decks. So yeah, I like this card. I think it's a mid pick. Exit Specialist, 2 mana, 2/1, can't be blocked by powers 3 or greater. That's less, but it's a detective, which is nice and relevant creature type. But can't be blocked by creatures power 3 or greater. There's so many creatures with 2 and 1. So that's not actually that great a thing. But when it's turn face up, return another target creature to owner's hand, makes all the difference here. This card is excellent in limited. I think this is probably a lower high pick. I think it's above medium picks. I think this is the lower high pick. This is very good. It's got a relevant thing, and the bounce stuff is always just amazing. So nice. Okay. Sweet. So yes, definitely this is a lower high pick. I finally found I finally found a creature that's that. Okay. Fey Flight. Flash, enchant creature, hexproof until end of turn. Nice. +1/+0 and flying in addition. Nice. So you can stop a kill spell. That's really nice. Okay. Yeah, I like this card. It's a trick. It happens to be an enchantment as well, but it's a trick and it has pump and pump that sticks around, which I like on the ward creatures especially. Okay. Yeah, that one's gonna be an upper mid pick. To mid pick, depending on like if you don't have any creatures. It's gonna be rough. Forensic Researcher, 3 mana, 1/3, untap another target permanent you control. I like this. It's ramp. Think in Strixhaven, the 2/2, that untapped a target permanent, and that one could actually tap opponent's permanents once you had a certain number of lands. I think it was 8 lands. But already this is ramp, and it has a detective, which is nice. Collect evidence 3, tap target creature you don't control. There we go. So once you have some stuff in your graveyard, you can start tapping. I really like this card. I think this is probably an upper mid pick, just behind this. Yeah, I like that card. That's good. Okay, Furtive Courier, 3/2. Again, the 2 toughness. Oof. Can't be blocked as long as you've sacrificed an artifact this turn. So sacrificing Clue, you can make it unblockable. All right. When it attacks, draw a card, then discard a card. That's another way to fill up your graveyard for the collect evidence. I do like that. This is probably an upper mid pick as well. Okay, yeah. Upper mid. Cool. Hotshot Investigators. 6 mana, 4/4. When it ETBs, return up to 1 other target creature to its owner's hand. That's decent. That's decent. You're not going to want too many because they're really expensive, but they're 4/4s, which is big for this set. And you can either return one of your own creatures, which gives it versatility, and actually get the clue, and also get a way to stop board stalls, right? You can return something from underneath one of the dramatic accusation things, or you can just get the ETB trigger again, and then you get the investigate too. So it's good for against board stalls. You're not going to want more than like one of them, but but it's definitely a playable card. So upper low picks, I think. Jaded Analyst 2 for a 3/2 Defender. Whenever you draw your second card, loses Defender and gains Vigilance. So you're going to draw your second card when you do those clues, usually. crack the clues. I wish it had 3 toughest. Then it would be epic. But it is a detective, so that's relevant. I just think it's it's a middle low pick. It's not the bottom of the bottom because it actually probably will be able to attack, but it trades with all the morphs. Unless you have the detective synergies. So yeah, it's a middle of the low picks. Living Conundrum, 5 mana, 2/5, 5 but with hexproof. I thought they said they weren't doing that anymore. Hexproof. Chat, why? A five toughness hexproof in the set is really kind of annoying. From what I'm seeing so far, this is a very high pick. It is 5 mana, so there is that, but it has hexproof and 5 toughness. It also prevents you from milling out to some degree. I don't think this is gonna really trigger that often, not gonna lie. Because hopefully they'll have gone wide enough that they can actually kill you before then. But this is rude. I don't like it. I don't like hexproof in limited sets. Me. It feels so bad when that happens. But so yeah, this is probably an upper mid pick. Might even be a lower high, but I don't know yet. Ugh. Hexproof. This could end up being just stupid. I don't know. Yeah, you play this and aggro's just like, well, guess I need flyers. Yeah, anyway, we'll move on. So the spy is good. When it's turn face up until end of turn, when a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, investigate. That's a really nice trick. I like it. And the 1 mana 1/1 flying is actually really key with this Curious Inquiry, as we saw. So, yeah, Living Conundrum with the stupid Curious Inquiry is really stupid. I don't like this. This should not have been printed here. Like, ugh. Ugh. Anyway, Mistway Spy is good. I think that's upper mid. Might be lower high. It could be that good in this because it's Detective 2. Out Cold, 4 mana, can't be countered. Tap up to 2 target creatures, put a stun counter on both of them. Okay. Instant Investigate as well. Can't be countered. So you can do... Okay, so this is actually going to be probably actually an upper low pick because you can stop the morphs from getting in this way. A lot of the time. Okay, yeah, I kind of like that. But upper low, definitely. Not mid, just upper low. Projector Inspector. Bring up the particular administrator's altercation and enhance. Whenever it or another detective enters the battlefield, and whenever a detective you may draw a card if you do. So it's okay, a looting detective. Fine. Yeah. It's mid-low. Actually, I mean, it does fill the graveyard for your stuff. So actually, I think it's upper low. It's upper low because it fills the graveyard for your God, what are the stupid mechanics called? Collect evidence. Jesus. So many words. Reasonable doubt. Counter target spell. Okay, so suspect up to 1 target creature as well. Okay. So it's quench or was it quench or quell? I forgot what that was called. The counter target, so say by 2. Miscalc was also that, but the more recent one was Quench or something like that. And then Suspect. Okay, so up to 1, so you don't have to. The can't block is going to be less relevant for blue usually, unless they have a flyer that's usually blocking your stuff. So, but you could also put it on one of your flyers for Menace so that they can't block yours. Interesting. I think this is a fine card. I think it's gonna get me when I least expect it, and I really hate that. This is one of the ones that I don't like seeing in Limited. I don't like seeing Essence Scatter. I don't like seeing, Pay 2. Meh. So you're gonna have to think about this when you play, in pre-release, etc. Just make sure that when you are able to, right, when it's your, when you have the capacity to play around it, you do. And what I mean by that is if it's not really gonna hurt your turn, to play around it, and you're pretty sure they have it, make sure you play around it. So sudden setback. But don't always play around it, otherwise you're gonna be way too far behind in tempo. Only when it really doesn't hurt your turn. Sudden setback. The owner of target spell or non-land permanent puts it on the top or bottom. I don't like giving them the choice. Why does Griptide have to give them the choice now? Chat. So the effect used to be 3 and a blue, put it on the top of their library, which was fine because it blanked their draw, right? You don't want to give them the choice to put it on the bottom or top. It's annoying. Now this is spell or non-land permanent. Yeah, just there to deal with the can't be countered spells. Yeah. Maybe, but and so because it's spell here, so you can actually, it's basically like countering a spell. So it's better than Griptide in that Griptide only targets creatures, I think, and not non-land permanents or spells. So it's better than Griptide in what it targets, but I still don't like giving choices. It's so annoying. It's a good card. I think it's at instant speed, double blue. Lower mid, possibly upper mid at the max. Surveillance monitor. Okay, we're looking at that. It's a detective. 4 mana, 3/3. So Hill Giant stats. You can collect evidence 4. And whenever you collect evidence, create a 1/1. Ooh, interesting. Okay. Collecting evidence seems to be a lot though, like 6 or so on and so forth. This is one of the lower ones that I've seen. But creating a Thopter is pretty good for that. And it's a detective, which is a key stat. And then it's still a Hill Giant, which is okay. And in this set, blocks the morphs pretty well. So I think this is actually, especially if you can build around it at all, I think this is probably a mid-mid or even potentially upper mid card pick. Unauthorized exit. Return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Surveil 1. Non-land permanent, so it's not just creatures. Surveil 1 is nice to the... Okay, so I like this card. I always like bounce unlimited at instant speed. And it says non-land permanent, which is nice. And you get the Surveil to potentially fill up for the collecting evidence. And fixing your draws. I do like that. Okay, so that's a good card. I would take that in middle mid. And I wouldn't mind multiples of them. All right, Coroner. Let me eat a Snickers first. Ooh. I like the glowy hands. I think it's interesting. I don't like the hexproof. This makes me sad. I'm gonna lose so many games to this card and hate everything. If it had a smaller butt, maybe, but it has a huge butt for this set. Another huge butt. Sacrifice another creature, draw a card. If sacrifice creature was suspected, draw 2 cards instead. I actually like this card for limited. I think this is an up or low pick. Because there's a lot of creatures that are going to be really irrelevant late game that you can sacrifice to get out of the stalemates, and the 6 butt on this is nice. Okay. Alley Assailant. And just tapped. 3 mana 3/3. So like I said, 3 mana 3/3. Like, why didn't they just do that instead of the Ward 2? Black now has one. I think it would be too powerful, but I didn't see why Morph needed to be more powerful anyway, but meh. Oh. I'm gonna have to pay attention to that too. That's gonna be interesting. When playing against black, you're gonna have to be careful on 3 life. Good to know. Okay. I think sometimes playing this out on 3 is actually going to be really good. Oh, I'm going to die to that card at least once too. I'm with you, Chichen. It's definitely a Batman reference. Yeah, there's those two waiting for the kid. He's gonna kill the dad then, and the mama. Then we're gonna be a Batman. Batman is a detective. I can see that. But wasn't Batman behind the parents? Like, what, didn't the parents go into the alley first and then? Because if Batman were first, if Bruce Wayne were first, wouldn't the assailant... Yeah, anyway. So I think the No, but when the disguise, if you turn it face up, it's not entering the battlefield. So it's 3 plus 6, right? But it's not going to enter tapped when you disguise, because it's not entering the battlefield, it's just flipping. But I think this is actually, from what I've seen so far, this is actually going to be a fine castable thing on 3. A 3 mana 3/3, even though it enters the battlefield tapped, is a really solid stat for the set so far that I've seen. So, but yeah. So when it's turn face up, lose this, 3 into that. That's only if you do the 6, right? It's interesting. So I do think this is an upper low pick, but it could actually end up being a lower mid pick because that stat is really pretty solid. Basilica Stalker. 6 mana 3/4 flyer. When it deals combat damage to player, you gain 1 life and surveil 1, and it has disguise. I like this card. Yeah, I like this card. The 3/4 stat for that. Okay, yeah. And it does, yeah. As a common, that's fine. And the disguise makes it pretty good. Okay. And it's a detective. Yeah, okay, so this is an upper low pick. You can actually do more than one despite the 6 mana cost because this things. Yeah, this squares very well. Yes, it's nice. I like this one. Okay. Case of the Gorgon's Kiss. The what? Don't you just turn to stone when you see them, not when you kiss them? Nebraska? There were a lot of Gorgons, and I don't know. Destroy up to one target creature that was dealt damage this turn. Sucks you can't destroy the hexproof person. Three or more creature cards are put into the graveyards from anywhere this turn. That's hard. Meh. I mean, the 1 mana destroyed target one creature, I mean, with potential upside of the solving of it is probably okay. But I imagine it being, you know, 2 of yours and 1 of yours. Yeah, I mean, I imagine it being like a little bit, like, all of these are very situational in a way that I'm not used to in Limited anymore because of the power creep. Everything is just sort of like, yes, it's going to get value. These, they're a little bit more like, eh. Yeah, creature cards versus creatures, so not tokens, right? So this is creature cards are put into graveyard, so make sure that you, at the pre-release, make sure you understand here that if you attack with your 2 tokens and a real card into their real card and tokens, there's no way that works out for you for this case. Because they're not creature cards, they're just tokens. There are only 2 creatures maximum there would creature cards would die. So, meh. So yes, so careful with this one. Cerebral Confiscation. 3 mana, target opponent discards 2 cards or reveals their hand, you choose a non-land card from it. That player discards that card. That's much more versatile than Mind Rot. Yeah, that's much better because it's more likely to hit and actually be not a dead card if they don't have any cards in hand. Sorry. It's a dead card still if they don't have any cards in hand. But early game, you're going to be wanting to do this because they're still going to have a lot of cards in hand and you're going to be able to select the card you want them to discard. Later game, when they have fewer cards in hand, you're going to make them discard 2 cards. So it's a little bit more versatile than, a lot more versatile rather than Mind Rot. I still really would prefer not to play this because 3 mana to like choose a non-land card and discard a card is a lot to not affect the board. So, but when I am on, so if I'm in best of 3, when I am on the draw, I would like to run one of this. So, that's when I see this being useful. So that's why I like this one for now. That's when I would like to play that one. Otherwise, I don't want to take it at all. If I see they have a bomb, I could take it as a sideboard in best of 3 as well, and I could run it either way, whether I'm on the play or draw, just in hopes to get that bomb out of their hand. But other than that, those are the use cases I see for this anyway. Clandestine Meddler. 3 mana, 3/2. When it enters the battlefield, suspect up to 1 other target creature you control. Okay, that can make things aggressive. Whenever 1 or more suspected creatures you control attack, surveil 1. Okay. That's a nice use case for the collect evidence. And this is the really aggressive version. Okay. So I think this is a mid-mid, maybe low-mid. It depends on the rest of your build. The problem is you can't suspect itself. If you could, this would be an upper mid or / lower high. But it can't suspect itself. So you need something else to be suspected, and then you do the surveil. So if you're just playing this on 3 and you don't have another creature, that's a little sad. So, yeah, take that for what you will. Extract a confession. Collect evidence 6 if you wish. Sacrifice. Oh, I see. I like that. Okay. Extract a confession is nice. So here's why. You can use it early to stop their early threat, right? And likely get a worthy card instead of a token that doesn't matter. And then late game, you can use the evidence 6 stuff, collect evidence 6 to get rid of their biggest threat in theory. Now, it might not actually be their biggest threat. You might have like a 2/2 flyer killing you, where they have a 3/6 on the ground, and you're like, I don't care about that 3/6, but I do care about the flyer, in which case this isn't going to help you. But at least it's better than just having a opponent sacrifices a creature of their choice, right? So, more versatile than that. So I think this is more of a... upper low to lower mid pick. Fester Leech, 1 mana, 1/1 when it deals combat damage to a player, you mill 2 cards. I can see myself being milled out. Good luck on Leech! Only when it deals combat damage to a player. It does do collect evidence, but... And it does pump, for which is 3, which is nice. And if you're using it to block as a 3/3, that's pretty good against the morphs, the disguises. So it can hold off the early game a little bit in that case, as well as attacking to do the collect evidence. Activate only once each turn, obviously, is very clear why they did that. I think this is a good card. I think it's a mid-mid pick. It doesn't add up. 5 mana, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield suspected. So it can't block. Instant speed. Because it's instant speed, they had to make it not block. That would have been so good. And it's only from your graveyard, so it's not any graveyard. But it is instant speed, so and it's going to have menace, so that may end a lot of games. The only problem with it being in the black is that the black is collecting evidence means you may not actually have creatures to return. You have to be careful what you collect evidence for, because you're probably going to want to return the really big card. So you want to use like the smaller cards to collect evidence with. Interesting. But yeah, this could end the game, like, because again, they're not going to necessarily be prepared for a whatever menace at EOT. Yeah, it's a good card. You have to have some stuff to make it worth it. And again, you have to be careful about the collecting evidence when you know that this is in your deck. All right, Lead Pipe, there it is! Let's do so. Whenever a equipped creature dies, each opponent loses 1 life. That's good. That's very good. That is really good. Okay, that's a lower high pick. Definitely. It's a very good card, I think. Because always it's just the whole thing is you want to make sure that your creature's trading up, and then also they lose 1 life, and then you just equip it to the next thing. Or you can just draw a card with it. I like this card a lot. Okay. Leering Onlooker. 1/3 flyer. That blocks a lot of the flyers that we've seen otherwise. I really like this card already. Just the stats are good against the other flyers. Exile and you get value after it dies. Yes, please sign me up. Although again, you have to be careful not to collect evidence, that one. Okay, yeah, so this is an upper mid pick. Long Goodbye. Spell can't be countered, destroyed. Okay, there you are. So this is the one can't be countered. This is going to be a high pick. So it's going to be mana value 3 or less. Yeah, that's going to be a low high pick / mid high pick at the max. It is definitely more for removal. Really important disguise removal for those who are playing this game. Macabre Reconstruction, 4 mana, 2 less to cast if a creature was put in a graveyard from anywhere this turn. So you could suicide something in or sacrifice something and then return 2 creature cards. 4 though, dude, and 2 less, so 2. I mean, it's still a 2 for 1 to some degree. It makes suiciding in better or trading better. It's fine if you can do it this way. If you're paying 4, it's not good. It's never going to be super exciting, yeah. I think that you probably want 1 in a black deck, but ugh. So it's gonna be a low pick, but not like mid-low. You're gonna like want 1 maybe. Again, you're also like collecting evidence, and it's doing so much with the graveyard, but like it wants to get stuff back from the grave, but it also wants to collect evidence, and so that's really conflicting, and I don't know if I like this. Murder, always great. This is a high pick. So on the lower end of high or upper end of high. Now remember that against the ward creatures, it's going to be 5 mana, but it is instant speed, destroy target creature, so you're still going to have to do that. Night Drinker Moroi. 4 mana, 4/2 flying. You lose 3 life if you play it like that. There's also the disguise for 2. So you play a 3/3 and then make it 2. Yeah, 2 mana. Okay, yeah, this is a good card. I think upper mid. Persuasive Interrogator, 6 mana, 5/6. That's big and decent stats for that cost. And you investigate. Whenever you oh, where are the poison counters coming from? Where are the poison counters coming from? I mean, I know it's Gorgons, but are there any other poison counters in this set? Or is this it? This is the only one? Erg. I mean, it's still fine because you can do that, but you're not going to be giving them 10 stuff. Like, you're not sacrificing the clues like this. Gotta throw in some poison as a treat, yeah. This is a fine card to have 1 of. It's gonna be a low mid / I mean, it's a detective. Yeah, so low mid probably maximum. You can definitely sacrifice the clues to other outlets, absolutely. But it's unlikely that you're gonna sacrifice 5 clues before the game is over anyway from a 5/6. Like, in the set, what I've seen so far. But maybe. So, yeah. Anyway, so that's what I think about that one. Polygraph or Orb, 5 mana, enters the battlefield, look at the top 4 cards. 2 of them into your hand, the rest of your graveyard, you lose 2 life. Okay, so... So it's an artifact that does what Black's done for 4 mana in the past. The bargains and things like that. The like, bitter revs. 5 mana for that is not great, but it does stick around and you can have some more effect here from the collect evidence. The problem is they can choose here. Discard a card or sacrifice a creature. So... I think it's fine. I think it's a mid or lower mid pick. Sorry, I think it's a lower mid pick for me. It is an artifact to go onto the board, which we have some synergies with. It does do the top 4. And it does give you a little bit of a way to gain back some of that life. I don't like giving the opponent a choice, really, but it is something to do with mana later on. think it's gonna be actually, yeah, it's a lower mid. Maybe doesn't even make it there. Maybe an upper low. Yeah. Depends on how fast the format is. If it's super fast, you're not gonna have time to do this at 5. So, presumed dead. 2 mana until the turn target creature gets +2/+0 and gains whenever this creature dies. Return to the battlefield and suspect it. Okay. We've had this effect at common before without the suspect. It's never been very good without the suspect. With the suspect, I'm not sure it's much better. I think it's okay. I don't think I'm picking this highly, but maybe I'm doing something wrong. I think this is probably an upper low pick. Repeat offender. I mean, if you have a million ETBs, sure. But repeat offender, if it's suspected, put a +1. Oh, so it's a 2/1 that, okay, that trades pretty well with the morphs, number 1. Then for 3, you can give it menace. And then you can pay 3 once to put a +1/+1 counter on it. I don't think this is... Oh, I see. Not once. Okay, so if it's... So whenever... If it's already suspected, you can just keep putting +1/+1 counters on it. But the first time, you suspect it. Okay, I think I read that wrong the first time. Yeah, so that can get to be a real problem later in the game. I do like this card. I think this is a lower mid maximum pick, but I think it's probably decent. So could be an upper low, but I think it's lower mid. Yeah, upper low. Yeah, based on the upper low. Okay. Rot Farm Mortipede, 4 mana of 3/4. Decent stats here. Whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, gets +1/+1, gains menace and lifelink until end of turn. That's actually good in these decks with all the collect evidence. But it's creature cards. Okay, not just cards leaving your graveyard. Creature cards. Let me see the collect evidence again. So you're going to be collecting cards, any cards. It could be spell cards, not creature cards. Interesting. So, but it's whenever creature cards, you could do this. I like this. I think it's a nice way to gain life when you're going to be probably losing life in a lot of the other ways. Okay. So, yeah, I think this is an upper low. These are both sort of upper low. Slice from the Shadows, can't be countered, -6. Yeah, that's going to be a higher pick. Hi, Massacre Girl. Nice to see you. Proft. So yeah, this is gonna be, I mean, because it's the accent scalable, it's nice. Can't be countered, so it can take care of the morphs, so you're gonna be casting it at 3 a lot of the time. But it's versatile enough that you can also take out something bigger. So I think this is an upper mid pick to middle mid pick. Slimy Dual Leech. 4 mana, 2/4. At the beginning of combat, you turn target creature you control with power 2 get less, gets +1/+1, gains death touch. That's decent. Middle mid, I think. This spell can't be countered, including by the ward ability. So the ward ability says if the opponent tries to target this and doesn't pay 2, then the spell is countered. Whatever they were targeting, right? Whatever spell they were targeting it with is countered. But this spell can't be countered, and it includes ward. So ward can't counter it. Yeah, absolutely. Snarling Gorehound. 1 mana, 1/1 menace. Good boy. Whenever another creature with power 2 or less enters the battlefield under your control, surveil 1. That's a good way to fill up the graveyard. This is a good way to get in for some damage early. Arena will say, do you wish to pay the ward? It will give you the opportunity to pay the ward. If you say decline, then you're still okay. We've had things like this before with can't be countered. Heated Debate from Strixhaven had this spell, the damage can't be countered, and you would target something and it had ward and you didn't have to pay the ward. It'll still ask you whether you wish to pay. You should decline if your spell says can't be countered. So I like this card all right. I think it's an upper low. Maybe mid-low. It's decent. Soul Enervation, 4 mana flash. Yeah, that's nice removal. That's nice removal. It is an enchantment, so again, it makes that common white enchantment removal really still great. But it's going to get its value first. So I think this is an upper mid pick. Actually, this one's a lower high. Yeah, this one's a lower high. It's just really good as a piece of removal, I think. It's a lower high because it has this extra thing here. It already gets the 4/4. It's flash. I like it. Toxin Analysis. Target creature gains Death Touch and Lifelink. Investigate. We've had the Death Touch and Lifelink before for one. It was like Moonglove Extract or whatever. I don't even remember what it was. I think it was 2, actually. But the Investigate's interesting. If they have a multi-block, this is fine. But the Investigate probably pushes it up a little bit. I think this is still like a middle... middle of the low picks. Undercity Eliminator, 5 mana, 3/3. Dude, you killed a centaur. Meanie. When it enters the battlefield, you may sacrifice an artifact or creature. When you do, exile target creature. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one. I love combining that with This is a lower high pick. This is really good. Yeah, that's a great card. Take that card. Unscrupulous Ancient, 2 mana, 1/1. When it enters the battlefield, target opponent exile. Okay, so it's a rats type idea, but it's exile, not discard, which is really good because that means that they can't use it to collect evidence. And it's a detective, which is a valid type. I like this one. This one is a higher low pick. It's a high end of low. Bullrock Clan Basher, 6 mana, double strike, triple 3/2. That's one way to get through the 2/5, I guess. Yeah, this is gonna kill me at some point, I'm sure. Pump on this is so good. Yeah, this is upper mid. Case of the Burning Masks. 3 damage to target creature an opponent controls for 3 mana. That seems still good in this format. I'm actually going to take this on the higher end of mid. 3 or more sources you control dealt damage to this turn. That's easy to do on attacking, and red can do that pretty easily. Yeah, this card is good. I like this. Upper end of mid, definitely. Some might be even lower end of high. Caught red-handed, 5 mana, can't be countered, okay. Gain could... and it's suspected for menace. Interesting. For 5 mana. Huh. It gains menace. So this is really, you really want this to be a game-winning card, but it's instant. It can't block, though. But so here's the thing. So what you can do with this is prevent yourself from dying. So what you do is you say, okay, everybody's attacking. Your opponent has lethal on the attack. You steal their creature, one of the ones that would have been lethal. Yeah, you can't block with it, but at least they're not killing you, and maybe you can kill them on a swing back with your own creatures. You're going to have to give the creature back at the end. But you can save yourself, number one, or you can use it as a game-winning spell, number two. Because again, if you steal something big of theirs or whatever, and you give it menace, that often does help you do stuff. So you have two options. It's not going to be one of those things where you can completely blow them out usually, because it can't block. There were those old ones that was like, oh God, what was it with the artwork where it was an old blue one, 3 in a blue, and you could instant and you could take something, and block with it. It was so good. It was a very long time ago. Ray of Command, yeah. So very, very old, yeah. This you know what I mean, when it's like there's a creature right over its shoulder and the wizard's like, come on this way. Yeah. I have so many of that card. Doing it in their end step does work, but there's no reason to do that necessarily. You can of course do it in their end step, but in order to be able to play something else on your turn, because you won't have to give it back until the next end step. Wait, and so until end of turn. I can't remember actually whether this one will work that way. I think it goes back to them. Yeah, beginning of next end step is different. Yeah. No, so I think you can't do the end step. You'd have to just do, so either win the game with it, right? Or make sure that they don't kill you, basically. Because 5 mana for a threatened effect is a lot. And you're giving them back a menace creature, so. But you are giving them back something that can't block. So if you're really winning the race, you could just play this even though it's not a game-winning turn, because then you've made one of their creatures not able to block. And if you can get in, might be okay. All right, so I think this is like a one of in the deck. I think it's probably an upper low pick. Might make it to lower mid on the better days. Have we seen sack? We've seen one or more sacks, definitely. I don't know if they've been really cheap though. Concealed weapon +3/+0. Face up attached to the... Oh, it can be a creature too. That's sweet. Attach it to target creature to get +3/+0. That's sweet. Because you can do it at instant speed. This is really good. I like this. This is an upper mid pick. Yes, I believe you can flip over a stolen disguised card. This is great. This is fantastic. I really like this. This is upper mid. It could even be lower high. This is very good. Convenient target. 1 mana enchant creature. Suspect enchant creature. Charge creature +1/+1. And you get to return it? Interesting. So Menace Impulse +1, and you can get it back, so you avoid the 2/1 situation to some degree. I like this card. In aggro decks, I love this card. So I think this is going to be a middle of the mid pick. Cornered Crook, 5 mana, 5/4, and enters the battlefield. You may sacrifice an artifact. When you do, it deals 3 damage to any target. Yeah, that's fine. Again, against black and red, you're not going to want to get below 3, apparently. You're not going to want to get to at 3, and you're going to be really worried about a lot of things when you do. Seems fine. I think it's a mid pick. I don't really want more than one. Crime novelist. Gross. Oh, but I love it. Look, it's Fibblethip. Look at it. It's Fibblethip. Can you see this? Look. Fibblethip is right there. I'm not making this up, right? I can see this, right? Yeah, that's definitely Fibblethip. I love this illustration. This illustration makes me very happy. I see you. I see you. More water needed. This is really good, this card. Because we've got all these clues. This is so nice. Also, do you see, does this look like a cat to you? Brulu was actually Vogos in disguise. I'll be right back. Alexa, turn on kitchen. Yeah, it does look cat-like to you too, huh? Yeah. I was like, it's not a vampire. Okay. This is awesome. I like this card. This probably is going to do really stupid things in Constructed. I feel like this is an mid to upper mid pick. Oh yeah, there's got to be infinite combos with this thing. Like, yeah. Mid to upper mid pick. Unless you think you're gonna get a million artifacts and clue tokens and blah. In which case, take it. Just take it. Demand answers. Wow, that art is spectacular. The Boros Legion would declare war on the cult of Rakdos. So it's a sacrifice an artifact or discard a card, draw 2 cards. So it's Thrill. So did they just made Thrill of Possibility better? Nice. because you just have an additional option. Okay, I like this card. It is worth noting that this is a sacrifice effect. And if you have 7 whole mana and you take control of an artifact creature, you could do that. Just saying. Expose the culprit. Choose one or both. So this is probably upper low pick. Seems decent. Expose the culprit. Choose one or both. Turn target face down, creature face up. Ooh! At instant speed? Nice. Exile any number of face up creatures you control with disguise in a face down pile. Shuffle that pile. Then cloak them. Okay, so now we get their first cloak card. Which, yeah, Shell Game, the card. Yeah, so this is, so Cloak is Manifest. But with Ward 2. Just like Disguise is Morph, but with Ward 2. So, Manifest, you put a card face down as a 2/2 creature. If it is a creature, you can then turn it face up at any time for its mana cost. If it's not a creature, you can turn it face up at all. You want to play this just to annoy people? Reminds me of that Robin Williams thing. Find the priest, find the pedophile, find the priest, find the pedophile, find the... Yeah, sorry. Anyway. I don't know why that came to mind then, but there we are. If it's creature with disguise, you can do either. Yes, they can do either. Got it. It's gonna be useful, I think. The cloak with the ward 2 can stop somebody from actually killing it too. You could just do 1 and stop somebody from killing it, and then turn it back face up again later. So it's interesting. I don't think this is a high pick card for me, but the turn target face down creature face up is pretty cool. You need a lot of really good disguise, potentially. Felonious Rage. I don't think this is a high pick for me. I think it's probably a... I want to say like mid-low, but it could be upper-low. Yeah, it's not a priority. Yeah, exactly. Felonious Rage. Plus 2/+0 and haste. When it dies, create a 2/2 white and blue detective creature token. This often makes a trade really good for you. It's fine. Because I mean, if you trade off, you get the 2/2. If you're doing that on attack and they don't trade off, it's kind of meh. But if you're doing it on the block to trade up and then also get a 2/2 for 1 mana, that can be quite good. But it's still a low pick. Frantic Scapegoat. Holy hell, that thing is an experience. I'm sorry, I'm just taking it in. There's so much going on in that artwork. I can't decide whether I love it or I'm repulsed. I think I might love it. I love the movement. The movement is fantastic. The color choices are great. The arrangement with the fisheye lens is great. The eyes being abnormally large definitely is a choice. You can almost hear it bleat. Do goats bleat? Is that what they do? Bleating? Or is that sheep? What do goats do? Crap. I don't even know. Well, they do crap, but, you know. They bleat? Okay, good. You Googled. Great. So 1 mana haste, 1/1, suspect. So menace on 1/1 haste. And then you could suspect something else to give that menace. And this no longer suspected, so it can block. Like, it can chump something and change the tempo. I like this card. I think it's probably... This is kind of you. I think it's still a low mid pick, but it's a fun one. Galvanize. Yeah, useful. 3 damage to target creature is fine. And then the possibility of having 5 off of clues is really nice. I think this is an upper mid pick. Because I think that, like, it kills almost everything in this. I like it. Gearbane Orangutan. 3 mana, 2/2. Oh, that's actually gonna be good. The destroy up to 1 target artifact is actually really important in this. And it has reach to stop those pesky tiny flyers. Or you can sacrifice a clue to make it a 4/4? Dang. Okay. Monkey. Well, ape. This is cool. I think this might end up being a really good pick a lot of the time. For red, just because red has trouble dealing with flyers. There are a lot of really good artifacts you want to kill. Totally. Ook. And just being able to make it into a 4/4 on when necessary is nice. Yeah, but you only do that if you need it. The other stuff abilities are pretty good. And it trades with all the morphs at the same cost. Yeah, I think this is a good card. I think it's probably an upper low to lower mid. It actually might make it to lower mid for those reasons. Goblin Mask Maker, 1 mana, 1/2, and attacks face down spells to cost 1 less to cast. That's actually really cool. So on turn 2, you could attack and then play some morph. That's, I mean, a disguise. That actually is interesting. I like this. Okay. I don't think I'm gonna play lots of it. So it's still a low pick. It's still like a middle of low pick, but it has some utility. Yeah, it's definitely filler, but it's not like unplayable, which I like. Harried Dronesmith, 4 mana, 2/3. It makes repeatable Thopters. Nice. Yeah, and then you could sacrifice that to like this to make a 4/4. Yeah, this combo, the Gearbane plus Dronesmith, is really nice. Because a 4/4 stat is nice. This is a good card. I like this. This is an upper mid. Yeah, I like it. Okay. Innocent Bystander. 2/1. Yeah, crime novelist, yeah. Yeah, this one's an upper mid. Could even end up being like a lower high, but I think there are probably rares and mythics that are better there. Innocent Bystander. Okay, so you might get an investigate out of it dying. Meh. Low pick. Knife. Plus one first strike. Yeah, that's good and limited. Oh, as long yeah, that's fine. And then you can stack to do that. Yes, okay. So mid. Not quite as good as the lead pipe, I think. Offender at large. 5 mana 5/4 disguise. When it enters the battlefield or is turned face up to 1 target creature gets +2/+0 until end of turn. Eh. That's a low pick. Person of interest. 4 mana. When it enters the battlefield, suspect it. And create this. Okay. So it's 4 power for 4. Not bad already in 2 bodies. Really amazing artwork. And it makes a detective, which is a relevant creature type. You suspect it. So one of them has menace. That's pretty sweet. Yeah, I kind of like this one. I think that how fast the format is will matter. A bunch of things will matter because remember the 2/2 knight tokens have vigilance, the ones that like the cavalry, called the cavalry or whatever it is, and the one always where you get the like second knight. Those were always pretty good, and going wide in red and white here looks pretty good. Making a detective token, also making a creature that's harder to block on this. I kind of like this one. I think this is probably an upper low, but it could make it to lower mid. It could. Reckless Detective, 2/03 when attacks. You can sacrifice a blah. If you do draw a card. Nice. It's a detective too? Okay, yeah, this is mid-mid. I like this. This is the middle of the mid picks. I like this. Because you can sacrifice it and then you can... So this was way you can rummage away a land or something like that, or get cards in the graveyard to do the things. It cracks clues for you and maybe becomes a 2/3. I like this card. It puts stuff in the graveyard, like I said, for the collect evidence. Yeah. Like this. Okay. Red Herring, 2 mana 2/2 haste. Artifact creature Cluefish. Attacks each combat if able, gross. But you can sacrifice it to draw a card when it's not important to you anymore. It's also an artifact that you can use for other things. Yeah, so it's like upper low. Rebel Belt Braggart, 5 mana 5/5. 1 fish, 2 fish, red fish, Cluefish. Sorry. Please don't leave. Anyway, Rebel Belt Braggart. Whenever Rebel Belt Braggart attacks, if it's not suspected, you may suspect it. Okay, so you could give it menace. This is still fine stats. It's a middle end of the low picks. Shock, always playable. Especially in this, it seems like 2 damage. And you can pay the 2 if you have to kill more for 3, which is not the worst return on investment because you're still paying what they paid to kill their thing. So, and it kills flyers and things like that. So I think this is going to be an upper mid pick. Suspicious Detonation. 5 mana, 3 less to cast if you sacrifice an artifact this turn. So you could do that for this and do 3. 4 damage to target creature. So, but if you pay a clue, it'd be 1 fewer. And it's sorcery, but it can't be countered. This one is gonna be one of the ones that you only like want one of, but you probably want one of, and especially if you're low on removal. So, probably an upper low pick to low mid. The chase is on, whereas like most removal you're gonna take really highly. The chase is on 3 mana. Target creature gets +3/+1 and gains first strike. I don't like this trick. It does investigate. I really just don't like the +3/+1 on first strike these days. If it gives trample in red, that's what I want. First strike, less important. Although as a defensive trick, it's okay. It always looks for the blowout on the defense, and then we have the investigate. I just want to win with my red spells. I don't actually want to like, okay, I kill their creature and do no trample damage. Meh. Although I suppose it's more useful because we do have all this menace and double blocking. This is a real blowout. Okay, so it's a little better than it would be in other sets because we have so much menace with the suspect. And it does give you the investigate, but usually this costs 2, and so the investigate's already in there. So yeah, I think probably middle of the low, but it's still not great. Torch the Witness. X in red deals twice X damage to target creature. If excess damage was dealt, investigate. Yes, this is going to be an upper mid pick. That scales. That's nice. It doesn't target face, but that's really important to be able to remove the stuff, and then also investigate if excess damage. That's fine. I know, poor Witness, seriously. Vengeful Tracker, 2 mana, 2/2 bear. Whenever an opponent sacrifices an artifact, deals 2 damage to them. Okay, yeah, that's actually really good. And it's a detective too. Okay. So yeah, hate bear. So I think probably middle of the mid for this one. Although if you're really trying to go aggressive, this is a really nice one to do it. Maybe it's upper mid. Yeah, it does depend a little bit. Not much, because most things investigate. But I think it's mid-mid, but it could be upper mid depending on what's going on. And a very good sideboard card, of course. I think my voice is completely dying. I'm so sorry. I think I should go for the rest of this tomorrow. Technically today, but later on today. My voice is like, no. So we have green to get through. Wow, they've got a lot of dual colors. I was gonna be like, I can do it if, but that's a lot of, yeah, no. Merci. Just say. To okay, all right, so I will definitely be back to do the rest of this. This is very interesting, and it will help me play the pre-release. I actually plan to do something like that this Saturday or Sunday. Airtight Alibi. These all look really cool. Some of the artwork in this is great. Case of the Trampled Garden. Oh no. Sorry, I'm just going to look at a few of these while we're here. Why are you nervous? A nice warm, yes, you absolutely will. Gotta fill this up again. Tea. Whoa, that lynx slash tiger has some extra eyes there. Topiary panther, it's a kitty. It's a pretty kitty. Oddly bereft of bird song. Sorry. It's a mole. Okay, sorry. These are great. We're gonna get to these later on today. I really want to do this. I just like I can't. My voice is already. I can feel it. It's not going well. Okay. All right. Sorry. So let's go. I can't wait to see more of this with you all. It's so great. But let's go raid somebody awesome while we can. Let's do DeFore. We haven't done DeFore in a while. Oh, actually, Mythic Maria's on. Let's do Mythic Maria. Looks like cube draft, so that'll be really fun. And then we'll go over the rest of this later on today. Once I get some sleep and rest my voice a little. I gotta shut up a little bit more. But reading through every card is a lot. There's a lot of text on these cards. I'm sorry. So Magic is now like, okay, we're gonna read a novel. God. But I'm glad we're figuring these cards out together so we can have a chance at understanding this. Remember the crazy things about cases and how that reminder text really is absolutely the worst thing I've ever seen. So make sure that you understand the rules of cases and call a judge if there's any question during the pre-release, okay? Calling a judge is not meant to make anybody feel bad. It's just to make sure you understand how the cards are working, okay? Don't let anybody tell you what the cards do. If you don't think it's right, call the judge. Just call the judge if you have any question. That's what they're there for. They're amazing people. All right, anyway, I love you all. Thank you so much for sticking around. Thank you so much for giving me insight into these cards, especially when I misread them or I'm not sure what's going on. Thank you for clarifying. I hope you have the most magical morning, noon, night, afternoon, tea, second breakfast, whatever time it is for you. Check out the sponsors when you get the chance. Love you so much. Mwah! Here we go.